Stay the hell away from my arm.
Okay. Oh, I played this before. There's a spot. Shit, I forgot where. I forgot
That's a
where
good start.
I can put my. Maybe. Oh, okay. I remember now. Yeah.
Turret out.
Is it A? Yeah, looks like A.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh wait, there's a. Oh, should I do it?
Enemy spotted A.
50 on the Omen.
One enemy remaining.
Still.
She went into the.
Go
Out of
myself
charges.
first, Joe.
Nice.
The title doesn't scream
Wow, Haru
confidence,
got 3
yeah.
kills. Damn.
I haven't played in like 3 weeks, so...
No, I don't have enough for
Hi,
Guardian.
Jay.
Unless.
Thanks for the bits.
Okay.
The teleport's ready.
Hello, good sir.
I don't
Okay,
think so.
A.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh no, AFK. Wait. Someone's at B also. I think they're rotating to B.
Omen won't have armor, I hit him for 140.
They're rotating to B now. If I'm not wrong. Okay, I'll put it here. They're not at B?
Be clear.
Oh, okay, because C.
CC.
Teleport's ready.
Thanks for the hydrate.
Spike planted.
One tap.
A gift.
Stim beacon here.
I
Sorry.
have them.
One
Sage on
enemy
side.
remaining.
One was a flank. You can defuse, I think.
Someone's
You can
like-
smoke and defuse. Nice.
Nice.
Nice one, nice one.
Diffuse.
Thanks for the posture check and the lurk.
My ult's ready. Yeah, let's give the beat drop this time.
Gororo.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
How are you, Gororo?
Reloading.
Hope you have a nice lurk, Jay.
I put the bot again. Yeah.
I put that about.
Or should I put this one? I'll put this one.
That works.
Then I will hide you. Oh, A?
Enemy spotted A.
Question mark? Okay, get ready.
Up A.
That's not ready.
I hear something. Okay.
Nice one.
Planting.
Planting A.
Spike planted.
Oh my goodness.
There's also one here.
Last player standing.
Oh, oops, I did not. I was out of range for this.
You lose.
Oh, nice.
2 inside, I think.
Teleport's ready.
Oh, wait. I saw.
That
Oh,
one's ready.
nice.
My ult is ready. too far.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa!
I'm sorry, no time.
Same.
It's okay, it's okay. You did great.
Can see.
Teleport's gone.
Anti.
Last round in the half.
You're good this
Last round to use our creds and abilities.
Have
Don't
good
waste your
rest and
firepower.
hope.
They are so dead.
Wow. Okay. I think they might go A again.
That's a good spot.
Yeah. Okay.
Teleport's ready.
Oh no. Oh,
Smoke's
That
down.
there be.
Found them. Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
How?
How did my turret get
Last player standing.
Turret down.
75 on
Spike
Sage.
planted.
But they're all there.
Yeah.
Flawless.
Ah.
Switching sides.
If you're not doing well,
my,
keep
my
trying.
mouse,
We
my
must
mouse
keep
flick
up
is not
appearances.
flicking.
Reloading.
Hello, Jay. The other Jay. I've got 2 J's in my chat right now. But yeah, how you doing? How have you been? You've been
I.
AFK for a while.
Hi, Eric. How have you been? Welcome in. Alright, gang, let's go.
Call shots.
Aye.
A gift.
Dizzy's up top. Shot her. Enemy spotted. Hey.
Oh no.
Cypher Sage both here. Cypher Sage both here. I think we should leave.
Swarm grenade.
Reloading.
Yeah.
Let's leave.
Swarm grenade
Enemy
out.
spotted A.
Adieu.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh,
Thanks, Kyle.
could have died there. Goddamn. Oh,
Plant the spike, wings.
plan.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Teleport's ready.
Oh, they're coming
There they
back.
are.
Turret down.
Two there.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, nice go.
Right here.
Where's the Reno? Okay, no time. Running.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've been
yes,
streaming,
oh.
but I've been well. How are you?
Damn.
I'm
And we're still
good.
losing?
Yeah, I've seen you play some games.
Sheesh.
Reloading.
I've seen you online on the Riot client a couple of times.
Apaiso!
But yeah, you haven't been streaming.
I only can.
We
Wait.
have some beats.
Good
Are you
luck with Valo. Thank you, Kyle.
It's okay, hello. Come in. Thank you for the 80 stream streak, though.
Reloading.
I use the art because every time I get close to you, there's a spark. What?
Hi, Arthur. Okay, let me give you a
I
shout.
only see you
out
as a
then.
friend. Bad.
See you on the other side.
That works.
Welcome in, Silver. Thank you for the follow.
Not your best.
Oh, you already got a thingy there. Okay. Bad. Wait. I think I hear it.
Pushing out.
Out of
Oh, they're all.
I have them. Do better.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. My ult is
Remote.
ready.
Smoke's resonating.
Spike planted.
Jesus
Enemy spotted
Christ.
A.
Molly.
Oh my
Get
god. I'm surprised I survived. I was like,
Teleport's ready.
I'm ready. And it was like 5 people.
Beacon down. Enemy spotted A.
He's so cool, bro.
Go, go, go.
Nice.
Never gonna happen.
Oh my god.
Match point.
Oh my god.
Get back to chilling.
That was insane. Okay, that's. I'm gonna. Should I put it? I think I should put it here.
That's a good spot.
Then we'll put the. Okay, you got that. Already.
Time for a field test.
You got that covered, and then. Okay, I'll cover like the mid flank area. Oh, tower got destroyed. Question mark? I hear something. Oh, that's you guys. Okay.
Reloading.
me jet
Enemy
spray. It's good, cuate. Planted.
Okay. Oh, someone's
Destroyed.
there.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh,
One
Excusez-moi.
enemy remaining.
Hey. Oh, that
Nice.
was a fake.
Attackers win.
Gazami! Is your tourney done?
We can play sometimes. I'm a lurk now. Okay,
You
have a
hate
nice
ads.
lurk.
Oh. I put it at the lowest setting possible, so I don't know if it's problematic. It's Twitch's fault, it's not my fault. Okay. Yeah, we finally won one.
Yeah, thank you for games.
Thank you for games, cat. Have
Thanks
a
for the
good
games.
evening.
Have a good
Before
day.
the games, cat,
T-Vet.
DD.
GG's.
T-Vet.
Please.
Thank you, Akuiso. Have a safe trip home. Oh, Phantom? Or T-Vet? Okay, we gacha. See who joins first. T-Vet won.
Yes, you remember now.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, all it took was to play chamber.
Hold on.
I mean, it didn't do bad always.
Hi.
But yeah.
Alright, you guys wanna get
Match
some dub?
found.
You gotta carry us, T-Vet. You're in diamond. You're in a
Now I
match.
can tell you I just drink pills,
Oh.
so I'm high.
EGGs. Eggs. I'm gonna drop by Jonas. Okay. Tell him I said hi too. Wee.
Yes, I'm pumped.
I wanna play more with Akuiso and Phantom.
Oh
Okay.
no, they have a cipher.
Why is that bad?
Ah, another kingdom
Yeah, he
infestation.
is bad for neon.
Fine. I'll
Oh.
just make sure to be extra collateral with my
I don't know. I don't know all the meta, so I'm just like, yay!
Yeah, because of the trip wars.
Oh. I see. Okay. I will put the turret in mid.
I can try to break the trips if we figure out where they go.
Yeah.
Reloading.
I hear a B. Oh, Tyra got destroyed.
No, 50
Someone's
on
coming mid. Someone's coming mid.
mix.
Gotta go.
Did they rotate? Oh, wait. What's that smoke?
Cypher down.
Why did they smoke there? Huh?
Enemy spotted mid.
Scheiße.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
They're vent. Two vent, two at vent.
Ay, okay, better
Back
aim.
up.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh. Cry, hello, hello.
I'm out of here. 30 seconds left.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm out.
damn. Insane.
My time.
Spike planted.
Oh. Eh?
One enemy remaining.
Should be on site.
Here's a heal.
Last player standing.
Oh no.
You got it, you got it.
Clutch.
Oh, anti. Man, I had the upper hand just now. I could have shot them if I could aim properly.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us. I'm out of here.
Alright, I'm gonna do the same strat. I think that should work. No, actually, I don't know. Okay, never mind. Let's just Rose playing Apex. You mean Neon? Eh. Okay. How should I?
something up.
No, just like smoke. We play fast up.
A seems clear.
Air clear. Air clear.
Oh, they're coming
Careful,
me again.
mid.
They're coming me again. They're coming me again.
Enemy B.
Somebody out.
Okay, they're still in the mid. Like,
We still be man.
yep.
Enemy spotted mid.
Still be man.
Enemy spotted.
Cypher A.
Light munition.
Two mid.
Oh, they are opping mid. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Still be man.
Multiple enemies mid.
Spike down.
Nice.
Oh. Okay, I got 2 kills. I'm happy with that.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh my god.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
They haven't planted. Yeah, they haven't planted. Okay. Okay, I can't do that strat again anymore. I will just
Ready for the mix
bait
up.
them into thinking that I'm there, but I'm not there. Because they're gonna guess that I'm gonna be there. Mind games.
Big brain step. Strat.
But I will still put a thingy in case they decide to go B through
Stop
the
them,
window.
please. Thank you.
Smoke's resonating.
Oh my god. Okay, okay, they're going mid again. They're going mid again. They like to go down the mid. Why is the FOV so small?
Spike here?
Mid.
Spike down A.
Okay, okay.
70 on
Turret
Phoenix.
destroyed.
But the spike's A. Wait, is the spike
spike
now?
A.
Yeah,
Spike
it's
planted.
planet.
Plan A?
Yeah,
Planet.
spike A.
Okay, they smoke there.
I know exactly where you are.
Okay. Oh. Oh!
Out.
Right side.
Yep.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Oh, behind.
One enemy remaining.
Here comes the party.
Nice. Oh!
Why gonna shoot? What the hell?
Anti. Don't worry. Oh, never mind. He died too.
Last
so.
round before the switch.
I'm out. Spend those creds before we lose them.
Ah. Okay. Is it time to Odin? No, I'm kidding. I can't Odin. they're gonna go down mid again. Watch them.
Don't overthink it.
Oh wait.
My
I feel like they don't want to plant.
alarm bot out. Turret out.
Down mid again.
Turret destroyed.
Yep.
Checks mid.
Enemy spotted.
Make sure, can you stay alive and near me?
Enemy spotted. Mid.
They're all
Throw
going
it
down
to heaven.
mid.
Throw it to heaven.
Missiles away.
Huge. Wait. Oh my god. I was ready to shoot. Damn, nice.
Work good. Go, go, go. Swarm grenade.
Where are they? Oh, they're not mid anymore. Did they go A or B? Let's see. I hear you, Dewey. Oh! Oh my god. B, 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 B.
Planting.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. He's on the window on top.
I'm out of here. Use it.
Why are you not defusing?
My ult ready.
Yay! Damn.
Switching sides.
Ooh.
Okay, okay, okay.
And that's how we do it. Gotta go. Reloading.
Okay.
Yeah, Dog Knight just titled the videos that he don't know how to play Valorant and now he's carrying.
Huh? What do you mean?
I just started
He's
stream and
level 100.
my stream title is I forgot how to play Valo.
Yeah, no way he forgot to play Valo, he just don't want to play Valo.
Alarm bot out.
I also.
Alright, Doggies, clear all the drift for me.
Okay.
Drone going out.
Oh, okay, somebody's there.
Look, I'm gonna here.
Grenade. Placing sentry. This way. Gotta go.
Oh, one on top. One head.
Yeah, go in, everyone. Do right side.
Reloading.
Very low Cypher.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Left
Behind
side.
you. Behind.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
Oh,
Go.
so close. So
That
close.
is.
Out.
Nice.
Just like that, you win.
Please stay alive. I hate making new friends. I'm
Just
out of
like
here.
that is insane.
Go, go, go.
Gone here.
Oh. Damn, Dort. You got 12 kills though?
Yeah, he definitely not forgot how to play Valorant.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play Valorant. Surely.
Back each other up.
Surely.
One down.
Oh wait, they're smoking it.
Nice.
Mix, where are you?
Careful.
Cypher, eh? So we can go B.
Okay.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Oh, I was AFK?
This way. Gotta go.
Side clear.
Let's go. I want right clear. Someone's at the window.
One enemy remaining.
He dropped, I think, on side.
You drop.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
The last one is always so sad.
Nice.
Match point.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Oh, I have the spike.
Yeah, they definitely need to nerf Neon.
Huh?
Neon cringe.
Didn't she get nerfed?
Yeah, she will get nerfed soon. I hope they nerf her hard.
Neon and Raze.
Time to explode. Go, go, go!
Oh. Oh, one bad.
One suppressed. Ammunition.
Can I go A?
One heaven.
One mid.
Oh,
No, just come and kill him.
Smoke's up.
try rotate to A.
Reload.
Fire in there! Found them.
Last player standing.
He's behind.
Oh,
Oh no. Nice shot.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'm going to A.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
I-
never mind.
Okay, and they.
Should have ran faster.
We can't stand around all day talking
I'm
or
outta
killing
here.
them. Just do it.
Let's go.
Gotta go!
Jaden, welcome in.
Gotta go! I'm out of here.
Flower for you.
Wow.
Let's do Hilo. He always likes to pick this.
Like what? Like what?
There.
The Phoenix always likes to pick this.
He likes to opt. He likes to opt from there. Yeah. No? No one? Oh, mid.
Go, go, go! Turret out. Bomb buddy out.
If clear, we can rush.
Here comes the
Nice.
party!
Oh, nope. I see clear there.
Obliterated! There.
Side's clear.
No, I saw
Go
Killjoy.
in and plant a spike.
Oh,
Phoenix on side.
There.
okay. Planting.
Go, go, go. Plant.
Planting.
Spikes down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I
Yo,
know
yo, 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 yo.
exactly where you are.
Grenade!
40.
you just saw. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Attackers win.
Nice.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Satchel out. Alright, someone wanted to sub in, right?
Yeah, this.
Phantom? Wait, how are you still engaged? Are you done? Okay, okay. Thank you for the game,
I'm done
Otter.
as well.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yes, rest well. It's 5 a.m. for Otter.
GG's. Thanks for the game.
GG's.
Why
thank
is
you
the
for-
why is the playing 5 a.m.? That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know.
Now we almost break my record. You know, there's one time I just go so salty and play like to 7 a.m.
Oh,
Is Phantom still in game? Oh, he's real. Okay, okay. Phantom! Your tag is PP69.
good night, Otter.
Good night, Otter. Thank you for the games. Rest well, rest well. Insane. Oi, Phantom. Oi. Where's Phantom? Phantom. 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 I think he's off. Okay, never mind. Let's just go. Whee!
Not very dorky today.
Oh, he's here. He's here. Let's go. Phantom. We're gonna get sweats again in the opponent team. Because every time I play with you guys, because your levels are so high.
Match found.
Low rolls. What's your
Okay,
riz?
you know what? Since Phantom is here, I can try
You should
Viper.
check your riz before you leave.
Every single time I play Swift, I'm gonna lock her because I don't know how to play it.
Have good taste, my friend.
You don't know how to play Neon? But you lock Neon?
Yeah,
Huh?
I never play Neon because
Oh, you-
I hate Neon. It's not like Cypher, okay? Cypher, I do as Cypher, but now I love Cypher. He's my boy.
Your boy. Fire to
They're
launch
only on
canister
split, though.
that shatters upon hitting the floor, creating a lingering chemical zone that damages and implies vulnerable. Poison cloud. This is the smoke. Fire to throw immediately. This is the wall. This ability can be picked up and redeployed before the round starts. Can be reused. Okay.
For the wall, you wanna like point as far up as you can. Otherwise, it like if you look at the ground and deploy the wall, it creates a very short wall.
Point as far as like what do you mean?
Like look up at the sky when you deploy the wall. Then it goes really far.
Oh, okay. Oh. Someone dodged.
Match
Look
found.
up at the sky. Okay.
I mean, not like directly up, but like don't look at the ground. If you look at the ground, then it creates a very short
Don't
wall.
look down.
Yeah.
This time can't go up.
Okay. I will try. And then the ultimate is creating a large cloud that hold the ability key to disperse the cloud. Okay, got it. So like after, for example, after I plant, then I use the ultimate, then I just sit inside.
Have good taste,
Yeah.
my friend.
I sit inside the cloud.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's really good if you have like a shotgun or a phantom.
But I use Vandal.
Yeah, it works, but yeah, phantom's better for
Yeah.
controller players because if you like spray through smokes, then enemies can't see the tracers of your bullets, so they won't know where you're shooting from. I mean, they'll hear the sound, but
Oh,
yeah.
you have a Phantom Force, don't worry. Okay. Guess what? fire to launch a canister that shatters upon hitting the floor. Do I upgrade the cloud first or the snake bite first? The cloud first, right?
I don't really know how to play Viper, so I can't speak about
Okay.
that.
Oh, we just smoke. Should I wall? Okay, let me try the wall.
You are here, okay? You're the veteran.
Oh, how do I do that though?
Revealing area.
Shit. My bad.
A gift.
That's scam. That's scam.
What the fuck is that gun?
It's a me. That's me.
Oh, so I have to run early. Oh,
One
Spike
down
down
backside.
B.
Bye-bye. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
why?
Nice.
Whoa.
Teleport's ready.
Okay. So I
Alright, I
wall.
wanna take you how to smoke, okay?
I wall like here?
Come here with me. Come here with me.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Jenna, come here with me.
Wait.
You come here. You put your
Out of charges.
Q right here.
Where? So I smoke like
Yeah,
Like,
just put your Q here.
like
Just Q.
across, like
Yeah.
straight like
no,
that.
No, Q. Press Q. Press Q.
Wait, I haven't buy it. Oh my god.
Press Q. Alright, press Q. Then put the smoke here. Alright, easy.
Fuck.
Teleport's ready.
Where do I wall?
Alright, next round.
Away with you.
Okay.
Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Up.
Why do they already have a long? Yeah. Oh, new.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Oh, sorry.
Watch out. Gotta go.
Also
Sorry, madam.
nice.
Just my double.
Oh my god, I can almost kill Venom.
Nah, you
Alright,
kill me, it's fine.
Jenna, come here with me. Come here with me.
Ah,
Come here with me.
where?
Oh, no, come here.
Oh, okay. Wait, let me buy.
Yeah, buy your smoke and press E, okay? Come here with me.
Okay. Coming.
Yeah, you come here, you press E, and you gonna pull and press. Yeah. You see the thing?
That's a good
Here,
start.
like that,
Look at me.
outside,
Throw it
look
at me.
like that.
Yeah.
No, it's
Teleport's
still
ready.
bad, but it's fine.
Hey.
Oh.
I forgot to buy, by the way.
140. Reyna should be low unless they heal.
You got this now.
But there's me.
Many enemies.
Oh, that's right.
Spike planted.
Here we go.
One enemy remaining.
More down.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Where is she? Where is the guy?
Main.
Left side.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's no time.
Clutch.
Bye.
Anti.
Wait, I forgot we were attacking or defending.
Last round in the half.
We can't take anything with us after this.
I was like, do I defeat? Wait, huh? We're defend. Okay, we're defending. Bang bang. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Bro, I was like, should I shoot the guy or defuse? I think we need to defuse.
A gift.
You have to shoot this guy before you defend the field.
Yeah, but I thought we were,
Scanning ahead.
you know.
Ready, run.
Ah! GG's. Christ.
You will not kill my allies.
Reina house.
Enemy spotted B. Spike planted.
I win again.
Horse, one horse, one man. Press E.
Reloading. One enemy remaining.
Go,
My ult is
together.
ready.
Last man. Okay. That's my boy.
That's my boy.
No fireworks today, I'm afraid.
Alright,
Switching sides.
Pancakes!
I have a
Hello,
mission.
hello. What?
Now do
Are we going B? Alright, you stay here. You see the line on your minimum. Just come here. Just come here.
The more.
It sounds like that army trainer, you know, the journal.
Works.
Come see, welcome.
Maybe you should play mix next time.
Dude, it's my first time playing Viper.
It's okay.
Wait,
I
where do
try
I
to
wall?
teach you, okay? Like
do I
I
wall?
wasn't Viper man.
Oh. Where do I?
Alright, come here.
You press E, Zenia,
Press E
and
and
look
come
at the
here.
map. Look at the map. Press
Look at the
E.
minimaps, okay? And you can
Uh-huh.
choose here.
Here? Oh. Okay.
You have to look up.
50 on him.
Oh.
50 on Sova.
Maybe I do
Sova
it.
Reina here.
I don't know what I'm doing.
See what's doing.
I think we should leave. Okay, never mind.
Here.
Reloading. Reloading.
Should we rotate?
Ooh. Yeah, they're all
Spike
here.
down B.
Sova, Sage,
Last
Neon,
player
Reina.
standing.
Oh!
30 seconds left. Flawless.
Andy.
NC.
Viper is
Hi,
very
friend.
complicated, okay?
One bullet per enemy.
First
No,
of all,
that wasn't
don't-
a Viper thing. That was a skill. That was a shoot.
No, her kid is
I don't,
like
I
you have to
don't.
look up.
Bye-bye.
Don't look down, you're gonna lose your smoke. Alright, you have to like look in the sky and press A.
Hi, Chad.
Go
Bye, Chad. Have fun.
That's a good
Man.
spot.
Have fun, Tran.
Okay.
Hope you have a great Sunday evening, night. Come play sooner.
Are you having fun? I think so.
Boom. 1B.
One more on top.
Okay, you say look up, right? Look up.
Yeah, you have to look up.
Like that?
See? You see that?
Oh. Okay.
Now press E to activate it. Press E, yeah, press
I think
Oh.
let's go back. Let's go back.
Oh, eh?
Eh.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Oh, eh? Okay.
Teleport's ready.
Wait, are we going A or B?
I'm going for the spike. Okay, I guess we're going here. Never mind.
Reloading.
Are we leaving?
I guess.
No,
Time.
never.
Never mind, we fight.
Oh god.
Press E, you press E.
I didn't eat that.
30 seconds left.
Let's go, let's go. Okay, you stay there.
What do you mean?
Last player standing.
Oh my
Oh, yeah, no time.
10 seconds left.
Speedrun, about 20 minutes. Okay, Kazami. Gotcha. Jesus.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
my bad.
I love biting people.
Remember, bullets hurt.
Ricky, welcome in. Hope we're doing good. Duck's here as well. Okay. Don't- I
Go-
am 0
go
4
A.
0. Don't go A.
Go away. I'll just peek B and then come to you guys.
Nice to meet you. No, you did not. I didn't say your name.
They are so dead.
Do I go? Do I wall like?
Oh, I like it.
I'll wall here. Oh, I have the spike.
No, monsieur.
Okay. Sorry. Coming.
Spike is
One
down.
knock out.
Oh no.
Spike down
I
A.
did not
to you.
see the person on the side.
One.
Again.
One enemy
Oh.
remaining.
I have the spike.
Last player
I thought
standing.
on your mind you are. Whoa!
Right there.
Yeah.
Teleport's
Nice.
That's my boy.
It makes me buy to buy with
Match point.
Yeah, I think go A is the best strategy. Like,
Okay.
That works.
You know,
Okay,
then
don't-
I cannot smoke at all. Alright, you look here.
How did we forget this fight?
Yeah, look here.
Yeah.
You...
Huh?
Look here.
Uh-huh.
Press A and press like
Like this way?
yeah. Press it. Okay, this is the worst smoke ever.
Like that? Bro!
Multiple here. Let's go to door.
here.
I just saw one.
You said bro, I literally follow your instructions. He said point there and I was like okay. And then he's like that's the worst one.
Planet.
Don't understand. Wait, hold on, let me shoot them.
I'm so bad.
Nah, you're good.
Listen to this.
Teleport's ready.
Reloading.
Now defusing.
Diffuser down.
Last player standing.
Oh!
Anti.
Anti.
Man.
Hi, Nifty.
Sudden death.
My advice: don't get shot.
How are we doing?
The wall, you said wall down the middle, right? No. No?
I don't know.
Not the middle. You have to. You see this part when
Yeah.
on the map.
Uh-huh.
That's like an entry. The people come from like the A link to in there, and this is the
Uh-huh.
second one. You have to block them, so they don't see what's on the side.
Like
That's a
that?
good spot.
Yes, but you have to look up,
Oh.
Look up.
so it goes further.
One thing at a time.
Give me a spike.
One thing at a time.
Sage was B link. What? There's one top mid already.
Why is everyone dying? Oh my god, I feel so naked.
Go, go, go!
Nice. Sage was mid.
One enemy remaining.
Ace.
I was the
Go, 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 go. Go, Phantom.
Okay.
Where the bait? Where the bait for ya?
There's a Sage.
On side.
Oh.
Enemy A.
Say down.
Ooh,
Nice.
nice shot.
Attackers win.
I got 1 kill! Let's go!
Zanya, do you really want to play?
Huh?
Do you want to play Viper?
Yeah?
Alright, she is a most complicated character with maybe you can play her.
It's okay.
But yeah, I gonna take it something, but we have to like go to the custom map, I think.
It's okay, it's okay. We'll do that another time. Let me just fool around first.
Yeah.
Let me just
Alright, I
fool
wanna
around.
show you how to like play Viper.
Haru! Oh, Sebin Haru.
Oops, she gone.
You want sunflowers? Oh, is that your favorite flower pancakes? My meow meow! Meow meow, come back!
Where is
Meow meow
Mr.
can never
Haru?
leave. Never! I'm kidding. Oh! That was okay, okay, okay. Thank you, Haru! Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go, let's go.
Thank you, Haru. Bye bye. GG's.
Bye bye, Haru. Okay, let's just play. Play. I think it's the last game for
Match
me too.
found.
Gotta go repopo after this. Will be a repo sweat. Yar. Okay, let's try. I'll try Viper again. Your favorite is daffodils and flower peas. Oh, interesting. Now, why do you want sunflowers? If your favorite is daffodils and sunflower peas, I just feel sunflowers. Fair,
New
fair.
weapons. Say more.
What flowers JDM? I don't know what flowers JD likes, but I like roses. I like roses. My god. So many bots today. Because they are Silas colors. No! I liked them before I knew about Silas. Always have liked them. Running to DM wife. Pancakes, how can you not know what flowers your wife likes? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Let's guess. I feel like JD might be a tulip person. Or maybe she likes sunflowers. That's my guess. Or dandelions. Boobs, we like boobs. So we like Silas because he's like, oh yeah. He's like pretty, but he has thorns. That's why I like roses. Duck's back streaming next week. Let's go. Let me get you a shout out then. I call him that boy. But there's beauty in the thorns, you know. Thank you for the games, Haru. How does this work actually? Fire to throw. Alt fire to lob. Reuse the. I keep it picked up. You know what? Honestly, I don't know how that works. Let me. Are we going A or B?
I'm out of here.
Let's go ahead.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Tell me where to wall.
We are going A, yeah.
That way. Okay, gotcha.
Go on your minimap.
And then look up. Yep, I saw.
Grenade is live.
Gotta go.
Flank.
Why is there a KJ bot? Oh, I
It's
don't
me.
even KJ. Oh.
I think he left.
Eh?
There was one flank, he left.
Oh.
That's 3.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go side, guys.
Okay.
That a molly.
Placing swarm grenade.
Arena's on side.
Planted.
He's low.
Kill, come, shoot it.
Missile deployed.
See, nice.
Yay.
Nice.
I'm over them.
Okay. Wait, how does the cloud work again? It just throws it on the floor. How do I how do I activate the smoke?
Throw it and press kill.
Throw it and press Q. Okay.
Yeah, and don't throw it before the round, okay? You're gonna lose it.
Oh.
I think you can pick it up now if you throw it before
No.
the round.
Yeah, you can pick it up.
You cannot.
Oh.
Huh?
Go.
I thought I can pick it up. Okay, wait. I smoke. Okay, let me try.
Spike
Okay.
drop.
I got the spike.
This way.
Locating target.
Does that work?
Ready?
Does that work?
Go. Shortcut.
Launching missile.
I'm out of here.
Nice one.
Multiple
Spike
enemies.
planted.
Go. Reloading.
Behind you. One again.
57 on Omen Arcade.
Last player standing.
Oh, I was.
Found them.
My crosshair was a bit low.
Swarm grenade out.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
Damn. Anti.
Remember he had a judge.
Ay. Okay.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
Gotta go.
Okay. Are we A or B?
Reloading.
Gotta go.
A or B?
Maybe again?
A, okay. Look up. But not too high, right?
Find the leverage and wedge it open.
Okay, that a good smoke.
Yay.
Go.
TVET approved.
Placing the sentry.
Oh, someone's flanking.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Let's leave. There's like
Everyone's here.
yeah,
You can
everyone's
rotate.
there.
Okay. Go the other side. Okay.
Reina's there.
I'm opening.
Hello. Oh,
Locating targets.
ow.
We're now aside, by the way.
Then I press Q again. Oh!
You're Spike,
Oh,
baby.
sorry.
Two here at least.
Spike planted. Coming through.
Oh man!
You have ultimate, Kaya. Now. No. Press it now.
All missiles away.
Whoa! Let's go, Valo.
One enemy remaining.
Ah!
I took care of it.
Nice.
Last round before the switch.
Hey, hermano.
Eh?
spend
Misa!
everything
Oh my
you
god, Misa, I love you. How you
Hi,
doing?
you.
You wanna
You
play
doing?
really? Are you sure? Are you sure you wanna play Valorant? Hello, Misa.
Wait, Misa here?
Yeah. Wait, where are we going? Wait, why do I have the spike? Right. Are we going
Let's
B?
go B.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try to get the Killjoy ult down.
Are we? Oh, they're here. They're here. Oh.
There.
Go, go, go!
Okay, wait. I forgot where to
Drone
go.
going out.
Here, right? Here. Up. Go.
So what's on
They're
side?
flank, they're flank.
One suppressed.
Reloading!
Yeah.
Let's go.
Not another
Go where? Go where?
One on side, by the way.
Go here. Go here. Go here.
One detained.
I will smoke. I will smoke. Shit, what's going on?
Loner.
Oh,
Last
yeah.
player standing.
Oh no.
Press 1 by 1. Press now. You wanna have it.
GG.
Launching missile.
Again.
Missile deployed.
How are you, Misa? Hope you're good.
Ultimate.
You'll be carried. Yes. Pena will carry us.
Now.
This is how it ends.
GG.
All right.
Oh, let's go. Nice. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Clutch.
Nice. Let's go. Launching missile.
That was so cringe.
Switching sides.
Oh, that was crazy. Good job.
Are you occupied? Holy, that was
I
so
am playing
cringe.
Hot Mummy. Yo. The nice stonks. Insane. Fano! Thank you for the gifted sub to Miso. Okay, wait. We're the different side. How do I smoke again?
It still works. Nice.
Which
If
way?
you come here, press Q and press it.
Turret out!
What?
It's okay. I hate my English.
No! Is that a good smoke?
There.
Steps here. Oh my
Oh,
god.
they're all
God.
A. Jeez. Okay, they're all A. Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh! Oh!
Spikes there. Spikes in spawn.
Oh!
In the smoke.
Oh no.
There was one
Oh,
towards
who's
that
gonna
spawn.
peek
Ryan,
first?
careful.
Who's gonna peek first? I'm not gonna peek first.
Terminated.
Oh.
Last player
Got the
standing.
fake.
Ready.
Okay.
Nice.
Come on, get it!
Oh, nice try.
Fight till the end, no matter what.
Oh, that was so funny.
Reloading.
Oh my god, my heart.
Wow, I'm 1 and 5, guys.
All good.
Gotta go!
Andy! Yes, 10% gameplay, 90% panic. Correct. Okay, let me try to smoke again.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to flank maybe.
Locating targets.
Ish.
That was so dead.
I hear them. I hear them.
Everyone.
They went.
They're the other side. They're other side.
Are they?
Then yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
missiles away.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Bad.
Last player standing.
114 on Vito.
Come on, you have to stand up.
You don't need to
and
crouch.
Okay.
The Vito
Stand
guy
up
is low.
and go. Go. That's my one.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
On site.
Now go. Just go. Just press one. Press W.
Wait.
He's on side.
He's on site somewhere.
Get up.
Nice
That's
try.
right.
Thanks for the laundry, Kush.
Am I just like a military guys?
Bad to kill that brimstone.
I'm getting shouted by my coach.
Thanks for the look.
I was gonna ask how you're doing. Yeah, I'm having fun. How are you doing, Ani? I hope you're doing good. Oh my god, that was so funny.
Lo
Okay.
tenemos, hermanos.
Let me. I think here is a good line.
You
Question
fast
mark?
from it.
Like that? Okay, I think they're going A too.
Locating targets.
Oh. Oh.
One
Oh, I
suppressed.
got an assist. Okay, let's go. Oh, they are B
Flash.
too.
Brim is very low.
Okay, bad.
On site.
My ultimate is ready.
Nice.
Spike down.
You can just ult, I think.
Bye bye.
I'm playing this way.
Wait, I hear someone.
They're open.
I'm out of here.
I hear someone.
Omen was on site, yeah.
Oh no, that was Killjoy.
He has Omen on.
It's you! Oh!
He took the spike.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah. I think they probably rotated to B, right?
One enemy remaining.
He's ace. Sorry, it's B.
Last player standing.
slow.
30 seconds left.
You almost. You're... Nice! Let's go. Oh my god.
Match
Nice.
point.
Oh! Oh my god.
Behold my ultimate move.
Nice.
I'm out of here.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait, are we? Don't shoot me. Okay, I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna smoke A again. Okay, then we will listen. I think they went B. Oh!
Drone going out.
They're flanking. Huh.
Vito Util was in arcade.
Okay.
Gotta go.
B main. On B.
All missiles away.
Go.
Okay.
Grenade is live.
Here we go.
Oh no.
Low neon.
The ultimate is ready.
No Rena.
Spike down B.
On site. One arcade,
It
one
was
site.
like from the on the top.
Planting on site.
Off one.
Oh, nice.
One enemy remaining.
No low.
It
it's
was
low.
arcade.
128.
30 seconds left.
Yay.
Here again.
Yeah.
You got him.
Nice.
Nice.
GG's.
Defenders win.
Yay.
I knew it would all work
Yeah.
out. It always does.
Alright, let me go check on Kazami. Kazami!
Alright, last game. I think I'm gonna go to play the Heaven.
Alright.
Last game. One more.
Oh, one more?
Yeah, one more.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not bottom frag. Let's go.
Yeah, I got.
Okay. Fast game.
Where is Misa?
Oh yeah, Misa, you wanna join? Is Misa online? No, he's not online.
She's not online.
Oh, okay. Let's just go. Okay, it's my last game too, I think. Kazami hasn't replied me. Eh? Who's it?
Oh,
Who's it?
some random guys.
Oh, random guy underscore.
Right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. He's very good.
Random guy underscore.
Match found.
Wow. Eh, shit. Press the wrong button.
Wait. Why did you remove the ban?
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. I was gonna press X. Random guy underscore.
You have good taste, my friend.
Okay. It's my third game as Viper. I think it's not that complicated, right? After you tell me where, I'm like, okay, understand now. I am understand.
I hate Neon, so I'm gonna pick her.
Insane.
There's
Thank
the
you.
wise man said, if you cannot beat him, be him.
That's what I was gonna say. If you can't beat them,
If you can't
join
beat
them.
them, join them. If you can't beat them, beat them up.
Nah.
Leon, you can practice restraint later.
You can't beat them, beat them up.
Gotta go.
Yeah, look at this sticker. Yeah, do you guys tell her it's evil? It's probably evil. This is why we should kill him.
Bet.
We should
Okay,
kill
okay,
this
okay.
creature.
I use the smoke now because I am understand. Okay, which side do we go? A or B?
Alright, go B.
Try
Zania,
fake
you
smoke.
come here.
Try fake smoke A.
No. We need to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Alright, come here. Look here.
Okay,
Alright,
bet.
press it.
Bet. Like that?
Ready? Go.
No?
Oh
Yeah,
no.
oh,
We
they're
have
already
Cypher
on
on
the
left.
side. They're already
Nice.
on the side.
This way. Gotta go. Reloading. I'm out of here.
Oi.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted. Here.
Phoenix half wall.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Away. Enemy in the center spawn. Reloading.
Both on bridge.
Reloading.
Nice shot.
One enemy remaining.
Bruh, I didn't hit
That means
anyone.
it's on.
Onside.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Oh! Run. Ah,
It's
very
okay.
good.
It's okay. You live.
No, it's okay. Chill out.
Okay, Kazami. Gotcha. Yeah, this is our last game also. Yo.
I'm out of here.
Okay. A this time? Okay, tell me how to wall.
Alright, hey,
Wait.
you stay here.
Uh-huh.
You look at minimap.
That works.
And you try to like, yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay. Okay, bet. Like that?
Satchel out.
Yep.
Satchel out.
Yay! Oh no!
Oh, this motherfucker, man.
Leon didn't protect.
Last
whoa.
Spike down A.
One
Oh,
left.
nice. Oh, damn, they were coming from both sides.
Yeah.
Wait, why are there so many bots today?
Their
Eh?
cipher
This
knows
is like
too
fourth
much.
one.
Go, go, go.
Fourth what?
Yeah, in your chat, Seribot is like banning so many bots.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting so many bots today.
Well, welcome to my life.
I think it's because I'm playing Valorant. Because Valo has a lot of zeros, so I'm guessing.
Go, go, go.
Okay. Why is no one taking the spike?
Can you take it?
Okay. We go B? Okay. Here. Oh no, there's someone B? Too slow. Jesus Christ.
Oh, both trips are there.
That's a good
Is there the mid, is the person in mid still there?
No, I can.
I'm
Oh,
gonna go in because I have the spike.
clean.
Cypher was back behind pillar.
Oh, they help me smoke. Okay, great.
There'll be a trip there. Careful.
Scanning ahead.
Okay.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
flank.
I wait.
Nice.
Oh no, I am cooked, am I? I am cooked,
Come on,
aren't
clutch
I?
this. You can do it.
Yeah, but...
Poison orb remaining.
I think one to your right.
I think I broke the trips. Yeah,
No, no,
oh,
trip,
never mind.
Oh!
Nice try.
Nice try.
We did next round.
Last round in the half.
Spend your cash. Don't
Let's
look back.
go!
So dead.
Let's go B again. Two of us will go from mid.
Okay. I will... Let me set up the wall first. Whee! Whee! Oh, wow. Okay. I got ulti!
Grenade!
Is there anyone in... Oh,
Bomb buddy.
okay, there's someone there.
Enemy spotted mid. Satchel out.
Let's go B. Let's go B. Let's go.
I know exactly where.
Okay. I'm gonna ulti.
Pero
I'm gonna ulti.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
Nice part, boss.
Yippee! Where's the Phoenix? Oh, running!
Teleport's ready.
No. Going. We still
Oh,
have
wait,
time.
why?
And it's the last
Now
round.
I run! 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting. Ay. Whee! Ow! Oh my god. I still got shot. Insane.
Switching sides.
Insane.
That was good.
Bad.
Another round, yes?
That
Crazy
was
Jason.
good.
Okay. I still wow the same like here. Yeah. Like that. There? You want me to wall there?
Yeah, but you literally didn't even there. It's fine.
Okay. I was gonna wall B.
Breathe deep.
Okay. I will try. This way. Ooh.
Nice.
So what is?
Okay.
Smoke B.
Fall down, boss.
Oh yeah.
Cypher B too.
Oh no, they're all
Spike down B.
Too far.
One enemy remaining.
On site. Ooh, what a shot. Backside. Nice.
Oi,
Why my
nice.
sheriff never like this? Like, I spam a sheriff, he just like go up the sky.
You can't
They
spam sheriff.
just spam sheriff, he just like, am I have the magnet or something?
I thought you can't spam sheriff because it's like it has a very high recoil.
Yeah! They spam it and the bullet just fly to me. But I spam it, the bullet just fly like to the moon or something.
Should I? Okay, I will try smoke B. I think A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Spike down
Oh
A.
wow, T-Vet. Your sheriff is going. Sheriff going
No,
on.
it's
When
a
did
judge.
you heard me?
One enemy remaining.
Hey, man.
Oh.
The fuck?
A gift.
Making my code. Yeah.
Teleport's ready.
Yep, I heard something.
Yeah, press.
Coming to Xenia.
Yep. I can hear.
Trap destroyed.
So mess it up.
Oi,
I'm sorry, we
nice.
could not work out our differences.
Nice.
Why did another
Match
judge?
point.
Oh, wait.
That's when we strike.
I wish they not nerf the judge ammo.
Huh?
Back in my day, judge used to be so.
I feel like they're gonna go A again.
Let's go.
Okay, how do I wall this like here?
That works.
Does that work?
Oh, Odin.
Oh, Odin? Oh shit.
Taken out.
Nice.
Okay, okay.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted. Here we go.
Oh man.
Shocking.
Could have got him.
Last player standing.
I know
exactly where you are.
One
Give
enemy
you all
remaining.
effort and then you
20.
gave me a box. Nice try, Nomad. Nice try. Nomad, when are you gonna play Valorant, huh?
They are so dead.
Are you gonna Valo with me, Nomad? What is truly? You get buffs to life. Anytime? Okay. Okay.
The hunt begins.
Okay, B. Reyna B.
One mid. Let me know when they plan.
Mix B also.
Spike planted.
Oh my
They've
god.
planted
The
B.
backside.
One enemy remaining.
He hit, he's 80, he's 80.
Backside.
Come on, get him. Get him. Yeah!
Nice.
That's my girl.
Yay!
Alright, I wanna go off.
Okay, thank you for games. Thank you for the
Defenders
game.
win.
GG's.
GG's. GG's. Thank you for games. Alright, I'm gonna hop off now. I'm gonna play play Meeple.
Alright,
Yeah.
boss.
Thank you, thank you. It was fun. Thank you, T-Vat, for teaching me how to play Viper.
Such a patient teacher.
It was like, go, go, go! Thank you for games.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Enjoy your games talk.
Yeah.
If you're gonna continue.
now I think I'll play Genshin now.
Okay. Bet.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think we'll switch to Genshin now. But I do need to pee, so I'll BRB. Okay, wait, let me see what my friends are saying. Okay, yeah, I'll BRB. We might play something else if my friends want to play. Okay, so we're probably gonna play some GTA Online with my friends, but they're gonna take a bit of time, so I'm gonna take that time to call my family. So I will be on BRB for like another 10 minutes or so. Hello, hello, I am back. I think we're gonna be playing GTA though, so let me switch to it. Hmm. Right. What was that? Was that? Yeah. Hello, Jay. You don't have to. I was literally typing to you. Don't distract me. I know, but I wanna perfect distraction. You're distracting me from yourself. What kind of big brain strategy is that? Well, I can't spin yet. Wait, let me turn on the game audio. Oh, that's... Why is it so loud? Is my volume... Okay, it's... Turn down my volume. That's better. I think I've got the best sense of fashion in this place. Don't you? Oh no, you stole my glasses. My glasses now. Do you wear glasses? I don't think I've asked you before. Like IRL, I mean. I'm supposed to. How bad is your vision without glasses? Mine is pretty bad. Stoner survival is available.
Well, it's all over. Checkmate, I'm afraid. Please come and see me. I'd like to thank you for all your help in person.
What should we do? Let's do this. Where are my friends? Oh, my friend is also talking to his parents. It's like a thing for people who live away from their parents. Need to check in with them every now and again. Mine is manageable, best way to describe it. Can't read coffee drink pains that are above and behind the I found my glasses again. Wait, which one was the glasses? Yeah, this one. I don't know why like it doesn't trigger the return of my glasses. I need to do that manually. The redeem takes the glasses off, but then I need to manually bring it back. You should try wearing glasses. You look. You look like you're super intelligent and shit. '28 March 98. Where is okay? Oh, I wear them only for jobbing. Oh my god. So you know the hacks. I see. I've worn glasses since I was like 8 years old, so I look pretty weird without them. It's like a panda without the dark circles around its eyes. You ever see that meme edit of a panda without the dark circles? That's what I look like when I take off glasses. I mean, not really, but it looks very weird to me. And wear them for the first 2 weeks of starting at the job that I Do you not like looking at things clearly? Because I hate when I can't see things perfectly. You know what? I even wear my glasses when I'm like showering. Because I really don't like when I can't see things clearly. And it also like, you know, gives them a nice wash every day. So yeah. I did consider getting like LASIK surgery, but then the doctors like looked at my, I don't know, whatever they do. They said like my cornea was too thin or something. So yeah, I can't get LASIK apparently. So I'm stuck with glasses for life. Or I mean, I could always get contacts, but yeah, I'm fine with glasses. Sorry, what? Could not imagine doing that. Seems like it would be a pain. No, I never take my glasses off except when I'm sleeping. That's the only time I take them off, and I always keep them right next to my pillow. I don't even keep them on like a table, like a side table or something. I keep them right next to my pillow. They're the first things I reach for when I wake up. I have my glasses on my desk. You should wear them. I'm sure you'll look great with them on. I should, but nah. Everyone in my family wears glasses, so like I have a preference towards glasses. What should we do? I have sent you, yeah, I looked at it. Never. Whoops. That was an accident. Hate it when that happens, when you accidentally shoot a rocket. Only reason why I would wear them is to drive, but apparently I drive better. Okay. Let's go back to my mansion. I do wear them while driving though. I think it's important to be able to see what. Yes. Thank you for being a responsible driver. Do I dare say it on stream? No, never mind. I was gonna say, you're a good girl for that. What the hell? What is this? Big balls. Why do we have this filter on? Is this my apartment? Yeah. What would happen if you hit the... Do we want to find out? Let's go back. Where was the big ball? There it is. Oh, you can knock it off. Whoa, it's so dark though. Oh man, it is so dark I can barely see anything except the big glow. Oh my god, I fell off. Oh no, my big glowing ball. How well can you see on stream? I don't know. It's really difficult to see stuff because they have this filter because it's like 420 week, you know, like 28th April 420. It's just like you can see well on stream. Okay, I see. Yeah, because I can't see. Like aside from the glowing ball, I can't see shit. I could just turn up my brightness on my display. I like keeping it really low brightness because I use my PC for the most of the time at like night, you know. Do you have your... Yes, of course I do. Always. No, my ball is stuck. No, it's not stuck anymore. Got it, it's stuck ball. Should I try blowing it up? Oh. Ooh, the ball's on fire. Also sticky. Okay. How long is it gonna be on fire? Okay. It's been rolling for a while now. Okay, I think we reached the valley, the lowest point. Instead of this girl is on fire, it's my ball is on fire. Yeah, I think this is it. This is the end of the road for the ball. I'm bonking the ball. There's a bottleneck at the mint. You'll have to unlock some fake bills. Uh-oh. Wait, where the hell are my friends? Have fun bonking the ball. Wait, where? Okay, is that? Bonking the ball. Why does that sound so sus? Yeah, I don't think I can move this anymore. I can just move it around in this tiny area. Wait, what happens if I... Wait, I don't want to blow up. It's a perfectly innocent statement. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, that's not doing much. Can I set myself on fire if I just... Oh my god, no. I'm like Ghost Rider. Well, it's raining, so I wasn't on fire for long. Okay, we will leave the ball there. Let me join Discord. Oh no. it's me. You may be wondering how we got here. It all started when J_Jades redeemed Work Night Rises on my stream. Where is my apartment? Wait, I think I can do that here too. So cute, really. I regret nothing. Well, as long as you have no regrets, it's a life well lived. Thanks for the headpads. Okay, like the animal ears and the headpads feels almost a bit. Never mind. I mean, you chose. Yeah. I did. Why do we have this filter even indoors? That's so... Okay, I think there's a hack for removing the filter though. If you go into your garage and then you go back, I think it removes this. How long is the animal ears thing? To be fair, if it was anyone else, it would probably not seem as... What do you mean? What? I'm not sus. Wait, let me add my say-so tag back. As long as you and you are not here. There you go. What do you mean, to be fair, was anyone else would not see as sus? Hello.
Hello.
Are you in?
Yep. Launching.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Has it me redeeming the ears then the headpad? I be the... Yeah, fair enough. As long as you accept that you're the sus one. Wait, the filter did not go away though. Hello.
Hello.
Why can I not get rid of the piss filter?
What filter?
Piss filter. Thanks for the bits again, gee. I do accept it. Good. At least you're an honest girl. There was a trick like you could go into your... Wait, do you need to go to the... Oh, you need to go to the apartment, not the office. I think if you go to the apartment, then you go to your apartment garage, then you go back to the apartment. After the elevator animation plays, it fixes the filter, it removes it. I best be off now. Have a nice rest of stream, and I do be an honest woman. Yeah. Have a good night. It's not even night for you, right? It's like, what, 3:20 p.m.? Good afternoon. I'm sure it's 4:20. Oh yeah, it is. My math wasn't mathing. But yeah, I'm sure we'll talk again. But yeah, get some rest before your gaming session later. Where is my apartment? Where's the big apartment? Is it? Where? Where? Wait, does the casino work for this?
I got clothing.
I got RP yesterday.
Nice. Where is the poop man?
I'm here. It's loading.
I like how
Stash
you
houses nearby.
responded to Poop Man. Oh, Sax Knight.
Hello.
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 Yes.
कैसे हो?
You're live on stream, but I'm good.
क्या कर
Thank
रहे हो?
you. Playing GTA 5
क्यों?
with my friends on the computer.
On what?
On the computer.
Okay. So what are you wearing today?
What is this? The Grinch outfit.
The what?
Grinch outfit.
No, like physically, real life.
Yes, in game. Physically,
No,
I'm
not
wearing
game.
the.
In real life.
In real life, everybody wears clothes, right? So that's
Yeah,
what
so-
also
so
I'm wearing.
What clothes are you wearing today?
Just normal clothes.
Describe them,
Thank you.
please.
No, thank you.
I'll pay.
No, sorry. That information is not for sale.
Have you given up on your OnlyFans?
What?
Your OnlyFans.
I don't have any fans here, sorry.
No. Your OnlyFans account, right? You used to stream 2 times a day, doing things to yourself.
I think you're
Calling
talking about
yourself
something, someone else, I
Bananakin.
think.
No.
Right,
The user
right,
account is
right.
Bananakin only, so
Of course,
I know
of
it's you.
course. Yeah, sure.
Why are you trying to hide it? I mean, I paid for
Nice
the
try, buddy.
subscription.
Nice try, buddy.
I have receipts.
Right, sure.
Wait, why were you
Was it-
subscribing to him on OnlyFans in the first place?
Isn't it obvious?
Because he's LGBTIAQ+.
I'm just supporting my friends, right? So if he wants to do OnlyFans and show off his hot body on stream, on camera for everyone to see and make money off of it, why shouldn't he? Like, he has the right, no?
Yeah. Very
So
supportive.
why are you denying it now? Are you ashamed of it or something?
I don't
Oh,
even
you're
have
ashamed of it.
something like that. So why would I be ashamed of something which I'm not doing or I don't have?
Can you whisper things to me in German?
No, sorry. I don't know German.
You don't know German?
No.
Not even a little bit.
No.
Do you know Marathi?
Yes.
Can you whisper things to me in Marathi?
Why would I?
Because I subscribed.
No, you didn't. There is
I
nothing
have
to
receipts.
subscribe.
So you
Sure,
admit
buddy,
you have an
sure.
OnlyFans?
No.
But you just said you didn't
I
subscribe.
said there is nothing to subscribe to. That means I don't have an account there. So
Why are you trying to
always
hide
lie?
it? Yeah.
Oh my god, this is. Uh,
It's okay, we support you.
There is
Monetarily also.
nothing to support. There is nothing to
I'm
support, guys.
I'm
But
paying
thanks.
for a subscription and you're not posting, so that I feel like you're frauding me.
Right, sure.
Been teasing about an MMS for 6 years.
Sorry, what?
MMS, multimedia message.
What is that?
Like you said you were gonna do a whole striptease routine for 7 minutes and then send it out to people, and then you never did.
I think you're living in Delulu world, buddy.
I have screenshots.
Right, of course. You said the same for the receipt, so.
I have the receipts. Why are you doubting me? My God, man. This is no way to do business. Okay, if you promise on something, you need to deliver on something. So, like, if I don't see any nudes on my DMs from you in like 7 days, I'm gonna sue you. So.
Okay, sure.
What sure? You don't think I can sue you in Germany?
You can, of course. Go ahead and do it. Feel free to do it. Nobody's stopping you. So.
Why don't you just send me the nudes and be done with it?
What?
Just send me the pictures, right? And nobody needs to go to court. Yours.
Why would I do that?
Because I paid for them.
No, you didn't.
Why the I just said I have the receipts.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
Brother. Okay, fine. I'll see you in court then.
Sure. See you there.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Scamming bitch.
Crazy.
New content for you.
Oh, now he switched to general channel. Oh, that was by mistake. I am getting a call. Wait.
Why did Toro Man leave?
Terminated from this lobby.
What?
Yeah, I was in Bananakin's lobby, so it disconnected me from it. Probably because he's AFK or something.
Oh. Do you need an invite?
It's like a connection issue. It just went offline for no reason.
I don't see invite option. Friend online.
I can join you.
Do you have any apartments and stuff?
I think I do.
There should be a free one, I think. Wait, let me check.
To like, is there any way to check your assets that you own? All of them.
I don't know. The best way to check which places you own would probably be like the fastest way would be like try to go to like manage vehicles and call the mechanic on the phone, and it shows like a menu like from which garage you want to get your vehicles, so that should list all your own properties. I don't know if there's a better way of checking.
Yeah, so that shows like 2 properties.
Nice.
Like one is an address of house. Is
Hello.
that the apartment?
Yeah, I guess so. Hello.
Hello, Shripal.
He's
Banana Kid.
AFK.
Okay.
Do you want to do something while he's AFK? Or should I go to Stash House first?
Yeah, I think do the stash house first.
I just drove all the way there and then it disconnected me. And I'm having to do it all over again.
No. You can change your spawn options in preferences, like press M, then go to preferences. There's a spawn location thing. Yeah, that should also show you like your own apartments and stuff.
Yeah, I do have an apartment and a garage. Wait, that's the same. Oh, never mind. Clubhouse and apartment.
Nice. Did you not know the lore?
No, I don't know this lore.
Yeah.
You should tell me.
Probably not
But
on
probably
stream.
not on stream, yeah.
What is this? Search the crime scene for evidence to collect.
Just about to reach the stash house, then we can check it out. Or you can check it out alone if you want.
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Just, yeah, see what it is.
Will the cop shoot me if I go in front of her? I think so. Oh my god. I think they're gonna shoot me. What if I do more crime at the crime scene?
But why do I have a wanted level now? I think.
Sometimes.
Do you have
if
a wanted level?
I do now, but sometimes when you do get the cash, you get a wanted level.
But I haven't done it yet. I just reached and I had a wanted level. Might have something to do with what you did.
No, I don't think we are in an organization or anything. Should not be connected at all.
Strange.
Oh no, I'm gonna die. No. Where is my oppressor? Go home. 1 HP. Oh.
Oh no, how did you die?
I was being chased by cops the entire time.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Finally back.
Good call.
What? What? क्या बोला?
Did you have a nice call?
Yes, pleasant call. So what are we doing now?
I can do my cash factory sale.
Okay, let's do it.
Can
Then we can also
someone
do the heist.
invite me to a good place? I'm lost.
Wait, let me go to the cash factory. You need to join my club and then I can invite you. Oh no, Toreman also joined. Shit.
You invited me, then why did you invite me?
I accidentally pressed friends. Let me disband now.
Sax joined again, but then you were AFK, so he left. His only purpose is to mess with you.
Wait, let me buy supplies. Let me disband myself. Yes, now I can join you.
$496K. Let's do it.
Toroman is not here. Invite him.
Oh.
I am doing cheese cash. I need to find it.
Okay, then let's wait. Where are you?
Inside. Coming up.
No, Toroman.
Oh.
It's a park, right?
Yeah.
There should be. So the place where they skate, like you can go up and down.
I
and
found
basically...
it. I found it.
Nice.
You can invite me.
Oh wait, I invited both.
I'm already here.
WuWa looks like a character out of Red Dead Redemption. If John Wick was in Red Dead Redemption.
Garbage trucks.
Sale day. Okay, we're throwing this stuff out with the trash. To pick up the product and get it to the drops.
4.7 kilometers.
Hey, did you? Okay.
Long press E, then it will open the chamber of garbage.
Chamber of garbage. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Garbage. Hey, what is this filter? Everything's orange again.
For me, it's not.
Oh, what are you doing? Got distracted.
Yeah.
Is everything orange for you as well?
No, I fixed it with the hacks. If you go to your apartment, then you, from within the apartment, you go to your garage, then you go back to apartment, it fixes it.
It just started for me, like just a
Hi
second.
Alicia, how you doing? 6% Orky, 31% Riz.
What is this
Nothing.
supposed to be? It's like a bug or what?
You
It's
didn't check
suppo-
the Instagram reel.
It's supposed to be for 420 week, 420 plays it. Because when you
I
get
don't
high,
watch your reels.
when you get high in this game, it has this similar effect. But yeah,
Oh, it started for me now.
sure. Should I go back for tea? Tea? At this time, it's like what, 9:30, 920 in India, right? You are from India, right? I'm pretty sure you are. Oh, I think it's because... What's the in-game time? Yeah, the in-game time is about to be 4:20. That's why. No, wait.
Yeah.
It's not.
For me, it's 1927.
Yeah, no, I think it started at 4:20 and it goes till I think 8:20 or something. This
Yeah,
is the
4 hours.
time when you can do the stoner survival. Yeah, sure. Are you sure? Are you joking? I am. Yeah, I've seen your Discord statuses. Sometimes you put some very Indian references there. I like verbal tea. Oh shit, yeah. Um. Don't talk about that? Okay. Sure, we won't talk about that. I saw this great post which said TST both verbal and herbal. That's funny. How was your weekend?
I just remembered the time when the three of us were traveling in the bus in the game to bunker.
Yeah. Nah, it's a great saying. How many cars did you steal so far? Not a lot, because I own a lot of good cars, so I just use my own cars. It was kind of okay, other than some stuff. There's always some stuff, isn't there? Do I want to take a no, I don't want to take a shortcut. Right now I'm driving a garbage truck because I'm delivering counterfeit cash in garbage bags. But hello Rikosh, how you doing? Sibling Truck Simulator now. Yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do for the money. Do you wanna see my garbage? Do you wanna see what's in the back of my dump truck? Show me. Is that Eren Yeager? Wait, what? Oops. I missed my turn because I was too busy showing you my dump truck.
That was fun.
Yeah,
Why are there
picture
6
and-
left?
Oh yeah, right.
You guys are still doing it.
My friend has.
I'm carrying
Eren.
2.
I still have 3. Going to be too soon. Smash. Someone in my chat wants to smash Eren Yeager because you have Eren Yeager pick.
Who has?
I do. Eren Yeager wants to smash 80% of humanity though.
Oh. Nice one.
Delivery complete.
I'd gladly get smashed by Eren, is what she says. Eren did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm straight, but I would as well probably.
Are you sure about that?
Mostly yes. Never know until you try.
Oh, what? No, 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 no. Okay. I hit a lamppost and my entire truck flipped. Never get in the car with dark noted.
You haven't seen Zik Knight.
I'm the best driver here. IRL.
Yeah, probably true. I don't drive. I just have a license, but I've not driven in like 4 years or so.
Wait, do you have a license in Singapore?
No, no. In India.
Yeah. Singapore, it's like impossible to get or very expensive, right?
Yeah, I think you need some extra certificates and stuff. The cost of owning a car is very high. Stole my glasses.
Yeah, but you don't really need one there, I guess.
Yeah. I just get around by bus. Or the MRT, like the subway.
My NPC is rage betting and glitching. Outside the nightclub, there is a warehouse in front of it, and there was a security guard. He was holding a flashlight and he was just moving it around. I just touched him and he dropped the first flashlight. Then I did nothing, and then he removed the second flashlight. Now his character is just sliding on the floor without even moving. Oh, now I got a 1-star. Okay.
I am the best driver. Trust, no driver's license.
Do you ride a bike or something in Singapore?
Me? No, I just use public transport.
Can you disband, please?
Yes.
Now I can hide in my nightclub.
Do they even have regular cars in Singapore? I
Get rid
thought
of
they
the
all
star.
had. Okay, it's not that.
What the hell? What the
It's-
hell? The gooch has stolen your cash and snacks.
Oh yeah, if you kill the gooch, you get an outfit. Where is he?
I thought it was Shripad.
Where did he go? Go. Get him. If you kill him, you get the outfit, I think. Okay, wait. Let me catch up on chat. Now I get why you flipped the truck. Monkey flip. LPG in document. What
Was
LPG?
visited by the gooch. Like a LinkedIn post.
8 ball. Do I bomb? Oh my god. Sure. Do I take a nap? Nah, man. 8 ball is a ricocheter.
I need to deliver this VIP.
I think you need to join the bank heist too. Did you get your money back?
Yeah.
You should put on the Gooch outfit too.
I'd prefer not to look like Bananakin.
Thank you, I'm flattered.
I bought GTA 5 and came on and fried my laptop right now and never played it again.
Doesn't matter if you mind it.
You should install it. I mean, it's pretty big. If you're not gonna play too much of it, it's probably not
8
worth it.
kilometers.
It's like 110 gigabytes or something. But yeah, my friends and I just do like friends only lobby because public lobbies on PC are pretty bad. there's like hackers, and even if there's no hackers, there'll be just tryhards who'll just keep bombing you and stuff. So we just do friend-only lobbies. Involved, do I rot?
What are we doing now?
Doubtful. That means a yes. I don't know. Does anyone else have anything to sell? I don't know my bunker. I need to check my bunker. Let me go back to my mansion.
I had like 300 sell value.
We can do that.
But I'm currently delivering the VIP from my nightclub.
Okay, let me go and check my bunker then in the meantime.
Can we do a heist or something?
Yes, we can also do the heist. I have my prep ready.
Yeah, we can do that then.
But you should practice swimming first.
Practice what?
Swimming.
Swimming.
That's true, actually.
I have like 3 TB of storage. Oh my god.
It's because I don't know how to swim IRL.
You don't?
I don't have time
Do
to
you?
play story games right now. If I
No,
want to play any story
me
game, there are
neither.
other ones I would. Yeah, that's fair. GTA story is. I mean, it's okay.
I go
It's
touch
worth
some grass.
playing once, but not really. I think there's definitely better.
I touched some grass today.
Wait, let me.
Not literally.
The
Not
only story
literally
game I
though.
play is NP. Let me read it properly.
Where did you go?
Went outside to eat something, which you already saw on my story.
Oh yeah. Was it a date with someone?
No. We don't do that here.
Why are you lying?
It was not a date. I was with my office friends.
Was one of your OnlyFans subscribers, wasn't it?
No, I don't have only fans. I don't have any fans.
I'm your fan.
Thank you.
Yeah, do some fan service now.
I will let you do the heist that I have prepared.
Yeah, then no one's getting any money if I do it.
Let's see if my patience can make it to the destination without spooking the VIP.
Wait, you can just steal a car like that? What? What is this car? When did I get this? Do you get a free car after doing the how special works thing? What is
What
this
is that?
car? Look at my stream. I don't know where I got this car.
Wait, I have to focus or I will cancel the mission. Stupid guy. Oh no, now it's at 95%.
Just drive carefully.
Yeah. Finally made it. What is this car?
I don't know.
Hey, didn't we get this one from From the how mission?
Cariness. Yeah. Oh, this is the one that was free when you upgrade to enhanced edition. You get a free car.
Oh, didn't even know.
Oh, you can like get it from I think Southern San Andreas Auto or something. There should be a free car in S95. But make
And I
sure
don't even remember claiming.
yeah, you probably haven't claimed it, then you should look at it, but make sure you only claim it once. Zik Knight claimed it twice and he had to pay for the second one.
Which section is it in?
I don't remember that. Maybe either two-door or no, not special, two-door, I guess.
Karin S95, yes, found it.
Yeah, it should be like the first copy should be free.
Yeah.
Toro Man can also claim it.
I'm at bunker. Can we do something with my bunker?
What kind of supply levels?
How much supply and product do you have?
I have like 1 bar of supplies.
What is the like product
Value?
value? Yeah.
120k.
If you go into the laptop, it should be more. Yeah, we can do that. You probably get like 200k or something.
Can you give me 2 minutes? I will put some food in the air fryer.
Okay.
What are you gonna eat?
Some fries or something like that. Let's see.
No, don't do CEO. I mean, it's fine for checking the value, but after that, switch to motorcycle club. Wait, is your clubhouse set up? If you go to the sell menu, you will see like 2 values, one for Los Santos, one for whatever the other place is called.
Yeah, Los Santos is 200,000.
Yeah, we can do that, but first like exit, then try forming a motorcycle club. Retire from the CEO thing. No, retire from C. Can you form a motorcycle club? Do you have the club set up? Like click on M,
Just wait a
click on
second.
the CEO thing. There should be a retire option.
Oh yeah.
Okay, nice. Now invite us. Bananakin is AFK, I think. So
You can also steal supplies.
yeah, we can start that if you want. We can do that until he's back. Do you want to do steel supplies?
Yeah, let's wait for Bananakin first.
Okay. You should change your vehicle access settings to like passengers so it'll allow friends to sit in the passenger seat at least. If we ever need to do like a quick getaway, then right now we don't have access to your car. Should
Can I do like friends?
Yeah, you can do friends or you can just do like passengers so it'll allow people to sit in the passenger seat but not drive it.
Yeah, I've done passenger.
Oh wait, you can't sit if it's inside, I guess.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you invite me to the bunker? Yes, let's go.
Are you a member of the motorcycle club?
Yes. Can you promote me? Yes. Thank
Yes, nice.
Steel supplies?
Yeah,
Oh.
we can do that.
Or
We can do
how
steel
much
or
is the
cell.
cell value?
200k. I think let's do steel ones and then once you have a lot of money, it's like worth just buying the supplies because you get it in one shot for like 75k, and after conversion to product, that's worth like what 400k ish, maybe 500.
He also needs to upgrade the bunker
Yeah.
to have higher.
Yeah, so for now we can do steel supplies, but later in the game it's just worth just buying it because steel supplies doesn't fulfill it. It just gives like 1/5 of the bar, so you need to do it like 5 times to get a full.
Come with your car, you will go in a helicopter. There is a helicopter up there.
Request personal vehicle.
Look where he is standing. Oh no, not now.
What the fuck?
Oh, this one is difficult. Port Zancudo one. There is no helicopter here. Shit. Let me.
Let's find one car and then we can sit in it together.
Yeah, it is this big.
It's not that far, so.
Yeah, let's use this car.
But he's already driving without us.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
okay,
wait,
fine.
I'll wait.
Then let's go as it is. We are on the
Yeah,
oppressor end. So.
Is this the one where you need to steal like the armor?
Yes. The ballistic one. The tanker one, right? No.
I think you
Tanker
need to
one is
steal an
separate.
armor and then put it like you can't get inside a
Yeah,
car,
yeah,
so you
yeah.
need to steal a flatbed truck.
Yes. I think it's that one. Yes.
Let's
It's near
let
the
Toro and get
military
the armor.
zone.
Waypoint went for me, so I don't know where to go now.
I came here, arrived here, so you need to find the green button now. Green button, whatever.
Where do we have to
Need
go?
to kill
Inside.
everyone and then steal the.
From this side. Look at those guys.
Oh no!
Oh, what the fuck is wrong?
Shit! I was throwing the grenade.
Idiot.
You didn't even throw it.
I thought I would destroy the supplies. So I was thinking for like 2 seconds and then it exploded in my hand.
Crazy.
Want to destroy the supplies?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Comedy.
Yeah, I'm fulfilling Sick Knight's missing legacy.
Let's go in. Toro man, go up the stairs and get the supplies. These stairs. Nice, let's go. Let's go to flatbed. Oh my god, so many people.
Keep moving, don't stop. They will keep coming.
Your personal vehicle
Oh
has
no,
been
there are
impounded.
too many people. They killed him. Shit.
I am going to the truck. Oh. I need to deal with the tank.
I'm very far away. Because I'm slow.
Oh no, tank is on me. Oh my god, I got blown up.
Coming.
Oh my
Damn.
god, they spawned me outside.
Same. Where is my oppressor?
This, the
Oh,
police,
fucking hell.
the police took it, impounded it. Come to these blue trucks.
Let me kill the helicopter if I can. No, I can't.
Is the tank down? I think we need to take the tank down, then we can leave.
trying to shoot the tank.
Oh!
What?
Got blown up.
What the hell?
Tank is aiming at me.
Sit on the truck.
Tank is
Nice, nice, nice. Get in the back of the truck. Whoa. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Don't fall. Hey, hey, hey.
Don't let those air tanks get too close.
trying.
Easy. Easy.
They have called off the pursuit. You can stop shooting now.
No way.
He doesn't want to.
I fell. Now what?
We can do sell, we can do one more steal if you want. We can do heist also.
Let's sell.
Okay.
Let me put the air fryer. Let's go.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes.
To Los Santos?
Yes, whichever is higher, it should be Los Santos. Yes. Oh.
What the hell?
Wait, did you die? Oh shit. I thought friendly fire is off. I didn't mean to kill you. I thought friendly fire is off.
I think
Liar.
LC
No,
president
seriously.
Wanted to
and
kill us.
Yeah, you need to go into the settings and change the friendly fire.
I will take oppressor. I'll take this truck.
Mine is on the
You
right.
could
Why is
sit
your
on the
member on the
gun.
Oh yeah, let me do that.
So who's on mine or Shripal's?
Mine is near me.
How do I?
Long press F.
Okay.
Yes. LSPD are on to you. Use them and get the weapons to the fire. Oh, nice.
NPCs hitting the cops. We are in the. Oh no, they saw us. We were driving behind them and we were out of their sight.
Stupid guy. Sick Knight is now online.
We can do heist after this.
Should no, I was gonna say should we lose the cops, but they saw again.
Yeah, let's go into the city because on the highway it's very easy for them.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's gone. Let's wait.
No. Yeah. Oh. 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 Oh no.
Oh no.
happened?
We were trying to hide from the cops. There were like 3 cars around us. Just dodging the radar. But they saw us.
We were hiding behind the sign like they wouldn't see us from there. Let me check this way. Why is it still red? How?
No. Oh, oh, oh. Oh.
No.
No.
Oh no! Fucking hell.
Oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, nice.
Hello there.
Hello.
General Khan.
Oh, there's a cop coming. Oh,
He can't
nice.
see us from there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Nice.
What are you doing?
Selling Toro Man's bunker supplies.
Selling Dora man.
Selling Toro Man?
We don't do human trafficking. Professionals have standards.
Are you gonna do heists?
Yes.
Let me complete my stash house.
$28,000.
Nice.
There's a
What is
master
this?
shop.
NPC.
Looks like you sold out. To the right people, too. Only the good wars being fought with those guns. Promise.
Who is at the mask shop? Shripal.
Me.
Torovan got visited by the gooch today.
It's not a mask shop, it's a hat shop. No, it's also a mask shop, but mostly hats. Oh, the masks are here. May surface my Kosatka. Can you disband Mr. MC? I don't have an active personal vehicle. How is that possible?
Ours vehicle got stolen by the police.
So how do we get it back?
There should be like a inbound lot where you can steal it or just go and pay $250 to get it back. I don't know where it is though.
Ah, you can also call Moss Mutual Insurance.
Can you call and just pay the insurance?
I think so. Yes, you need to pay 10,000. Ah, now I need to wait for it.
Please try later.
Oh no, it's here.
Mine did not pick up. Oh, I see my oppressor. I think it's at the impound lot. I'll try to steal it. If it was a bigger car, I would just pay the $250. But oppressor should be easy to steal, I think. As long as I can get on it, I should be fine. Police cannot look up.
I can't.
840 meters. Why are you farting in my face?
Cassie boy.
Wait, let me steal my SE to retrieve your Can I jump? No, it doesn't let me jump. How will I get in then?
We need an oppressor for that. They are not that stupid, it means.
Nice. Yeah, there's a back wall which is climbing.
Oh, now you have a wanted level. Let me.
I am a road captain. Sounds like a school hall monitor in school. Road captain.
Emote? How to emote?
Caps.
You can hold caps lock to do a slightly different action too. And you can change your emotes in, where is it? Is it in appearance or preferences?
Preferences. Why is this dude taking so long?
It's in appearance, action. Let me also
Look
do.
at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Well covered thing. Where is it? Where is it?
It is just to the left of the.
No, this is very bad, guys. Not good, not good. Everybody ready?
Yes.
You're the one.
Aye, Captain.
Getting some food because I didn't eat yet, so.
Not gonna die. You will see one day.
Wow. Logic 100.
Fast.
Start.
Why is okay?
Come on. Let's see who falls off the ledge today. Change the cuts, bro. Toroman
I think 15 is minimum, so keep that for me. Or I don't know, maybe with 4 people you can reduce it more. With 3, 15 was minimum, right?
Yeah.
Escape point.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Let's do.
Time of day.
Ready. I'm ready.
Give Toroman more.
Assign crew cuts.
What can you change it any lower?
No.
Yeah.
Toroman 40, 20, 20, 20.
I am fine with 15.
Can give 40 to
Yeah, this is the
Toroman.
best I can do, guys.
Give my 5 to Toroman.
There's a charity.
Okay.
I have like 18.5 billion.
He could have given you 1 million, but I gave you 5%. You know, that's how rich people work.
Toroman ready.
Press enter. Now you go to the right and press.
Why does my guy have a black eye? Everyone wear the same outfit. Yeah.
Finally, the piss filter has gone. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Toroman will have to drive the boat.
Huh?
Oh no, Sheepal started. Yeah, Sheepal will have to drive it.
Toroman doesn't have Kosat.
Yeah.
This is the same one.
Yes, we do it a million times to get $1 million.
You get $1 per time.
Don't show your middle finger, okay? Have some respect for the boss.
No. You don't deserve respect.
I should have given you 10%.
Can't. Toroman, kill that dude. Get a bit closer and then kill him. And
The
let
one in
him
front of us.
near the hangar. Come with me near the hangar. Let him go all the way to the right. He'll stop and then you can hit him. Good.
I'll set up the forklift.
Cool. Cash. You won't be able to fill our bags this time. Let's see what happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. But there's only
That's
one
just one.
stack.
Let
There's only one.
Yeah.
Sleep far not a bit unlucky.
I fell.
Let's see if I fall. Nope.
Nice.
Yay, where is Mr. Banana?
To the boat.
Seems like you made a side business. Boat rides.
Huh?
I'm already waiting at the boat. Yeah.
Oh no.
Hey, guns. Guns. Hide your gun.
Yeah.
Good. Oi, oi. Could have climbed from the front.
That's the only thing you're good at, or what?
I would have been famous with ladies if that I was good with it.
You speak with so little energy. Discord can barely pick.
I'm tired, bro. I'm really tired. It is very hot.
He's always tired for us.
Yeah, bro. My energy is utilized somewhere else.
Side hustle.
Oi!
Did you practice swimming?
Why did you go so further ahead, eh? Press G for rebreathers.
But open the grill.
My guy is stuck on the floor again.
Why
Why
don't
that
you
happened?
practice swimming?
Can you use your mouse to change directions?
Yeah, if you look up and press shift, it should go up.
Yeah.
Come down, come down.
Fast, oh, fast. Oh,
Toro man is practicing swimming.
bro, not your seat. Now I can't turn.
It's so clumsy.
Yeah.
Okay, now my guy is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's very weird controls.
Confirm. Done. Now comes the ultimate test. Oh, the blank.
What are the odds?
Let's see.
Oh, key card.
Let me go first, right? Let me go first.
Go,
Move,
go,
move,
go,
move,
go,
move.
go, go, go. Gone, 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 gone.
No.
Why? Why?
Nice.
Ah, no. No, glue, glue.
Oh, nice.
Go, 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 go. Monkey man.
No, I fell.
Hey, another key card. Nice.
Nice. No, that's
Hey,
the key.
come here,
8
come here,
key.
come here. Ah, that's easier. Ah.
He pushed me.
Do you have to shoot him?
Toroman, go to the desk first and get the Creo Perigo pistol.
Let me do the hack. What was the key card for?
I think
Oh,
it is
it's
for the
inside the
exit.
No, inside the vault you can use both the key cards at the same time for something to open it.
Toroman, go here, go to this desk. This desk where I am pointing. Are you able to open it?
One done.
What do I press?
E? Nine?
Nope.
I get it. I think you will have to get the yeah, you will have to get the key from someone on the main island.
Yeah, I think so. Done. Let's do the key card. Someone
Yeah,
come
yeah.
with me.
I'll go. Let's lock in. Yes, let me when you are both ready. Yeah, okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Easy.
There's also a keypad here.
Someone pick some stuff from here on the table. Someone come here. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah.
Ah, nice.
My bag still has space.
We'll have to hang this. I should have asked for a more cut, yeah. It's getting low. Give me money. Give me money. From here, I think we just have to go all the way right and then climb the ledge. And then run for the
This is so confusing.
You are confused.
Yes. Yes.
Fast, fast, fast.
Shut up. I can't even get one done. What the fuck?
So take the first one everywhere.
Okay, done. First one done. Oh, there was only one. Nice.
Yeah. Run, right, right, right. We have key. We go all the way to the right and then run. Oof. No, 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 no.
Hey, you can jump out from here. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, just run. Exit. Okay, that dude's coming up suddenly.
He's so blind. Again, same show.
Use your brain. Sorry. Single piece. Now we need get up. Well done. The colony is done. The only thing left to do is escape. Carry on like this and they will never know you were there. The coordinates for your extraction point at the airstrip should be with you now. That car's approaching.
Can we directly jump in the water?
No.
I think
Die.
so.
You die.
Did you die?
Why?
I'm not
do
sure
the same
about
thing with the
that.
car. Let's do it.
I that. What? We're giving up, dude.
Why, Toro man? Why?
Why
sit,
not?
Sit. Sorry. These guys just wait for it.
Swim.
Just walk
How did
straight.
our take go up to like 2 million?
We got the key cards. Why are we losing money,
Because someone's taking damage.
Roman? Use your rebreathers.
Oh, careful, mine.
My guy's stuck to the floor again.
Wait for your team to escape the island, eh? Look at we completed
Why is
it.
mine so far away? Who is behind me?
Me.
Why isn't it coming yet? Like swimming's forever now.
Let's go towards Signite then.
Yeah. Tournament is left behind.
Try pointing
he
your
got
mouse straight
small.
upwards and wiggling.
And he
Yeah, it's
got
not
this
working.
I think we should practice swimming first. Once we are done with this. Let's go to my
Supposed to
match.
go.
I think I should reach the main island to make practice. Sleep. Done.
Nice. Why did the take go down? It was 1.34, then it went up to 2 million,
Yeah,
then it
I
went back
think
to.
we lost a bag or we lost someone because I think we lost some money.
Wait, so when it like times you out, does it like subtract your value?
No. Did you have your league leader on? Oh, we lost. Ouch. Die at the end of something.
What are you saying? Your voice is like super soft.
Toroman, did he die at the end or something?
No.
Why did we lose so much money then?
I
No
don't
idea.
think we did. I think it just glitched and showed 2 million at some point.
No.
Because
It was 2 million since.
but it can't be 2 because the maximum that it showed in the submarine itself was like 1.7 or something.
But we got that vault place, right? That was
Does
the
it
part.
not count that in? I think it should count it in the maximum, right?
In your in the submarine it shows the value as per the places you scoped in.
Hot property briefcase. Oh yes, submit your money first. For doing time pass.
All three of you were blown.
NPC almost killed me.
Bro committed suicide. Did he leave his cash behind?
No, I deposited it.
$80.
we are in the MC club, so nothing's gonna happen.
I think is friendly fire turned on or off?
Off.
Okay. For Toro Man's MC, it is not off.
Yeah.
Why are you bullying me?
Oh, we are in a public lobby now. Shit.
Oh no.
Are we?
this is pushing me down the road.
Should we switch to a friends only?
Yeah. Oi.
What the fuck did I do? Oh no, my oppressor is burnt. Okay, who is creating new lobby?
I'm going to friend session.
They have been let go.
Golf?
Ready?
Good morning, sir. May I help you, sir?
You can sell my product from the bunker.
Hey. Arey, there's a rhyme.
What happened?
There's no damage, but
Yeah, my ramp buggy got destroyed by Toro.
How can I assist you, sir?
Suicide.
Ask away, sir.
Yeah, I'm bored of this. Tournament has closed the game.
What, are we switching to golf already?
No, I joined your lobby.
Oh, okay.
Okay, where is it?
Only the finest vehicles for you, sir.
Another heist, but something else.
Done any heist but the
I am fine with anything. We can probably, if anyone has supplies to sell, we can do that.
Let me check.
Yeah,
It should have.
mine as well. We didn't sell my supplies, right? Today?
I don't think so.
Check it.
No.
Let me check.
Check. I've got mangoes waiting for me.
What are you saying?
I got mangoes to eat.
Okay.
Not much to sell.
378k sell value.
Nice. Let me just check my bunker value.
Send invite.
Oh, my cash factory is 446k. Eh? Oh shit. No!
What?
I again pressed steal supplies instead of buy supplies. No.
Good luck.
Let me cancel and rejoin.
I have 294 in bunker. We can wait for more, I guess. Should I switch my mansion AI to Angel? I am bored of this Alfred sounding dude.
So good to meet you. I'm Angel. Can I call you Daddy?
What's cracking, homie? It's OG.
What's cracking, homie?
So good to meet you. I'm Angel. Can I call you Daddy?
Big ball back.
What?
Are you back in the lobby?
Yes. Everyone disband their own MC.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I rewatch this later? You know, just to study your form.
We should invite Toroman to do yoga and exercise.
He got bored.
Let's sell first.
Did you invite me? Yes.
Treat yesterday like tomorrow, and tomorrow like today. Today is a day, and that day is today.
Bunker?
Bunker sale.
I thought you meant cash factory.
Did?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I think you said you had
told you
more
had
in Cash Factory.
400k in cash factory.
Oh, cash factory was more. Shit, I confused. Okay,
Did you
anyway,
take
we are
a
here
ships
now.
to bring people's hand?
Everybody is here.
Yeah.
And let me start.
Don't forget your medicine, bro. The puma standing outside. Puma, jaguar, disappeared. I'm gonna climb on that terrain. Hey. Naughty, but
You want money or not? Oh, I forgot to promote everyone. Nice.
See, you're not taking your notice. This is
Bro.
how do you how do you fall running, dude?
I think his stats are not that high, so his character is clumsy. Did you see that video of him jumping in the boat?
Yeah. I did it today as well, right?
You uploaded it?
Yeah, I sent it on Telegram and Insta.
What the fuck is wrong with that dude? He rammed his vehicle into my truck. Hey, don't do for front vehicles, man. Stupid. What the fuck is wrong with these guys?
Someone is lagging.
Banana can. Always.
Nice driving.
When you have the bigger armored vehicle, you have to bully the NPCs a bit. You should try riding the ramp buggy, it's so much fun. Leaving a trail of terror in front of us.
Why is it always exploding when we pass over here?
Why are you shooting us?
Fun.
Stop honking.
I'm not honking. I think he must have
It's honking on my screen for me. It's lagged out.
It stopped now.
Yeah, it stopped.
I think you have to go
What's
up.
wrong with GPS? Don't go from down, come from up.
We are already behind you.
Don't leave this area. We need to finish them first. Don't leave. Don't leave.
We are taking the front guys, you take the back guys.
Okay.
They are not interested in us, I think.
I'm lagging.
Nice. Nice.
Done.
Yes. I feel better now.
What the fuck? Idiot.
Oh!
Stop honking.
I am not honking.
Go.
Oh,
laggy for
spawn
me.
right in front.
Yes. All of them are spawned. Where's the last one?
You went
Behind,
down.
He's
behind
going
the
somewhere
parking
else.
lot.
He's
Went to
going
the
in the
beach.
water to suicide.
This is a strange glitch with
Why is
this
it honking
festival.
for me? My ears. Stopped, yeah.
I am not even pressing the horn.
Where's this guy going?
Beach, beach.
He's at
Vacation
a
on the beach.
trip. Oh.
Los.
Bro, tried so hard to reach. Thinking. Oi.
Honking again for me. It's also really laggy. It's lagging a lot.
Good luck.
Behind. So, right?
Helicopter.
Helicopter, helicopter.
One behind us.
I can't aim this guy, he's too close.
Behind it? Yeah.
I was bullying him.
Oi, oi. Bro, did you mix something in your drink today? Wow.
Helicopter. Final drop off.
Helicopter, helicopter.
Oi.
Oh shit, missed the turn. Hey, why are you putting waypoint?
I thought you missed that turn, so I was just helping you.
Shortcut.
Bro, yeah,
Saved
you
so
saved
much
a ton
time.
of gas.
Big break time.
Go faster, it's raining up here. Leave the vehicle. If I can climb on the turret, then why am I dismounting it?
What?
Wasted.
Why is the
How is
pistol dead
everyone
back?
dying? That helicopter is using off angle. Leave the area. Oh. Oppressor.
The dreaded piss filter is back.
Where is my oppressor finally?
Let's play golf.
Yeah.
Okay.
You fell down.
Fell down.
Wait, when do you want to drive ramp, Puggy?
I alt F4 already.
You're still standing here. Okay, you're gone now. Okay, let's go to golf.
Okay.
Jolf.
Jolf with your friends.
Xbox Game Studios publisher sale. Why can't they put Forza Horizon 6 on sale?
Because it's not out yet.
They should sell even more units. 5 is at 50%. 6 should also be at 50%. Everyone should stay tuned for the Dog Night 2 stream Forza Horizon 6 at launch.
Yeah, because I got 3 months of Game Pass with my laptop. So I should have access to it according to Zignite.
2K ray tracing ultra high settings.
No, I play at 1200p.
I think the game is capable of running at full res. It is quite optimized.
Yeah, but it causes like issues with OBS. Like I need to rescale the canvas thing. So I just keep all games at same resolution.
Aspect ratio.
Is jumping enabled?
Yes.
For this I think we don't need. Oh, nice.
Mr.
No.
Banana
No.
King is lagging. Yes, yes.
Oh, Toro man, very nice.
It's kind of
Jumping
lag
has
for
been
me.
saved.
Pressure is on.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty laggy for me.
I think we should stop.
Yeah, GTA was very laggy for me as well.
Yeah, everyone's tired.
Oh no, too much power.
Just go diagonally. Hey,
Oh.
hey. We always hit harder.
Be gentle with the balls.
Yeah. You got to appreciate them. No matter how big or small.
Toro man is in my way, okay.
I hit too hard. Already losing.
Wait for me. I'll help you.
Yeah, I think you can jump like this.
Should you?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice. My ball is still moving. What? Okay.
It should move, right? It can't be frozen with this.
Oh,
Very
I'm such a-
awkward spot.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. One, 3, 3, 1. I went on the other side.
No, so close.
Okay. No.
Yes.
Perfect.
No.
Good.
Half. No. Okay, stop here. No. Scam. Scam. Okay, finally.
Yeah, not last.
Very nice, very nice.
No, too much.
No, too hard.
Wait.
No.
Like, what is happening?
We're spawning at the same point.
It's glitched for me now. I can't even.
Yeah,
move.
for me as well.
Great.
What the heck?
But I can't hit it. I'm glitched.
So
Okay,
I
now
finally managed
I
to
sacrificed
survive
2 shots for you,
these
Toro man.
Thank you.
But I managed to sabotage it.
Go then. What are you waiting for?
Go. Fast.
On my screen, Bananakin is not where Toro Man is.
Oh no.
A banana king went ahead.
My lead goes in the hole now.
I'm lagging.
Yeah, I
Wait,
was
wait.
lagging. I think you should have hosted a India server or something.
Yeah.
Let's stop this then start afresh.
It's okay, we have a lot of time.
Oh, I'm still at the top. Nice. No, I hate this one. Oh, crazy.
No, I fell.
And then I came inside again. Bouncing.
Fast.
Why are there 35.5k viewers in golf with your friends category today? Normally there's like 70 viewers. What is happening? Yeah, something must be going on. Yeah, I need to check.
Ah, idiot guy! Blocked my way.
What the fuck did I do?
You blocked my way.
Yeah, it was my fault. I didn't see you behind, right?
Yes. See, again, someone blocked.
You're the one who's paying stupid shots.
Maybe let me check the
Wait.
golf with your friends category. Something is going on.
Hands.
Not by viewers. There's a 2000 euro golf cup going on, which has 26k viewers, 6k
Are we
viewers.
gonna get?
4K.
Are we gonna get 1 euro at least?
If you play in the tournament, then yes. No.
There is banana can get me course. Okay. Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
So close. Yeah, like 35, 36k viewers are from this golf cup thing.
I have someone stumbled on your channel thinking there's a World Cup going on here.
No, I messed up. Bad shot.
No, I messed up as well.
What is happening?
Right.
Oh.
Oh. No, 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 no.
No.
So close.
Oh no!
Very nice.
It was crashing out.
Oh, nice.
Finally.
Yes. And you're not last time. Wait.
Why are you like this? Always blocking me.
Okay, please.
I fell again. Stop.
No, bad timing.
Yeah.
No! One wasted shot.
Thanks to
Zignite is always blocking me. My one shot also got wasted.
Please, please. I humbly request.
Okay, bad shot.
Yeah, now what?
I'm out.
No.
No, not again. It's terrible. No. Oh shit.
No, so bad. I am trying to recruit more people for
Wow,
golf.
very
Let's
nice shot,
see.
Zignite. Very nice shot. Again got stuck.
Please push me, please.
Two shots
No,
here.
no. Not gonna play my shot until you do. I'm not playing. I'm already at 9 shots.
Well, let's wait then.
I'm already at 9 shots.
Yeah, but 9 shots.
Zignite wasted 2 shots here.
I think if I hit you, I won't go in.
It's a standoff thing.
Should I try like hitting the opposite wall and then?
Be my guest.
No.
But where am I stuck? No, what the hell? I'm stuck here.
No.
Duck balls. No. Ah, I got too greedy. I tried to do it in one shot.
Who did I hit?
No, no.
His ignite
no,
is
so-
always blocking everyone. Position is very bad.
No, no. Okay, wait.
Oh, direct.
Is
No.
Good shot. Wow.
No.
Yes.
How?
Yep, progress.
Oh no.
Yeah. Dark Knight.
I was trying to
Jump, jump.
recruit more people. No, bad shot.
Who is recruiting more people?
I was asking 2 more people I know who play this game. What? Okay, okay.
Missed a little bit.
No. Oh.
Ah, what the fuck, bro? I hate you.
It's not my fault.
Wasted one shot. Wasted one shot.
I am in such a bad position. Okay.
A little lower too, I think.
Oh no. Who won't be?
Not me. Yes.
Okay, one person should be joining.
And I might be leaving.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Ask the other person to join as well.
Yeah, I asked 2
Yeah,
people.
Nice, 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 nice.
Oh no, this is...
No.
Let's have
No,
that
what
banana
am I
king.
doing? There we go.
Where the hole? Okay, there. Got it.
1 point
Oh,
again.
wow. You always win by 1 point.
Bye.
Bye bye. GG's.
Wait, I got magical wizard hat. I already had this, I think. Is that possible?
No, you get different every time. Maybe you had a similar one.
Huh? I am sure I had this, but I don't see.
I had a potions one. Maybe you confuse that one.
Okay, wait, the other person also replied, I haven't been playing Overwatch. Oh, he's playing Overwatch now.
Okay.
Wait, maybe we need to join the general call or something. I don't know if she'll be able to see the GTA. Let's go. Hello. Jay. Hello.
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 Are you online?
It's nice to meet you. Yes, I am.
Should you host because we faced lag on this lobby, right?
She's also EU, so I think it should be
Okay.
fine. Oh wait,
Then
I
let
can
me
also
change
host
the-
on Europe though. Is the game laggy for you, Jay, when I host on Europe?
No.
Okay, then let's try this. I'll try hosting on Europe.
I have to come online in Steam.
I made it friends only. You should be able to join me. Let me. Okay, wait. I'll just invite you.
Yes, got it.
Unfortunately, 2 of the boys had to leave. So yeah, it's just 3 of us now. And Yu is playing Overwatch. So
Seems like something you would do.
let me use custom mode 2. It should have jumping. Wait. Huh?
Yeah, jumping is always bugged. It doesn't stay for me as well.
Oh. I'll enable
I like-
super jump. Super
is super
jump. I don't know. There's like different allow jumping. There's like different options. Disabled, enabled, 1 jump, and super jump. So I'll do super jump. Handbrake enabled. Show last power enabled. Should be good. Let's go. Collision is enabled. Okay.
I
Museum
will
again.
just pre-warn.
Sorry.
I am terrible. I will just pre-warn. I am terrible at this game.
Yes. No worries.
Oh, too much.
Too little. Oh. gonna go for hacks. Ooh, that was so good. Oh no.
No.
Hard. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nicely done. This one. Yesterday I managed to get a hole in one somehow. I don't know.
Oh no! Yes, I should have also gotten if I used my break.
No way! Look at where I am. Oh, God. Jay is also in a similar state.
So close yet so far.
5, 6, 7. Oh,
Eh? I collided with someone.
probably me. I don't know. Oh, I'm in such a bad position. Oh, nice. Oh.
I think I've worked out the strategy for this level.
Yeah, we've played this like 3 or 4 times, I think. We keep getting museum. No. Super jump is kind of OP. You can just jump over stuff. Oh no, Jay is in a pretty bad position. You should be able to jump over the gap now. Oh no.
So close.
I forgot that I could use a handbrake.
It's so close.
This one I'm really bad at.
No, no way, I fell off.
No, same!
Rip.
Oh.
No.
Stop! Oh no.
Oh no.
Again, being a wee bit too forceful with it.
You gotta be gentler.
I guess you may want to remove the so-so tag that you have.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
3, 5, 7.
Oh, X. Oh no, should have with one.
I forgot to jump.
Oh no.
Oh.
No.
Bad position.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
No. I went backwards. I see you jumping and struggling.
Just trying my luck. Didn't
Oh,
work.
oh, nice.
No.
Sugar.
Oh, no.
You have to be gentler, Jane.
There you go.
This one.
I'm gonna try hacks. No, it's not a great idea. It's not the worst either.
I made it in
Oh,
what?
nice.
Oh.
Oh.
Crazy. The angle should be good, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah, you can try going direct to backwards with a jump. Oh no. No. Okay,
No,
okay,
no,
no.
no.
Oh,
You know what? That works.
yeah. Oh, oh.
Not
Nice.
too mad about that one.
This one should be easy with the hacks.
Yeah. No, I think I hit it too. No, jump, jump, jump. Yeah.
And I'm still messed up with that.
No.
Oh, yes.
No, yes. No. Oh no. It's so bad.
Oh.
The sand is so. Oh. Noise.
Hacks again. No, wrong place.
Ooh, ooh. No. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, this sand is really bad.
I thought the sand would be your ally, given your Discord username.
No, I hate sand.
Can we hack this? No, it's too high. Don't even try. Because it is too high. Oh, nice.
You could have gone to the
Yeah.
next.
I'm in such a bad position, I can't even see properly. Ah. No, no.
Oh no, no. Bad. Oh no. Oh yes.
Oh. Oh.
Close.
This is oh. Thanks for the boost. How hard do I have to hit? Oh.
Oh,
okay.
nice.
I'm so going to fail at this.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Mm.
Damn, 2, 6, and 7. This one. There's a hole to the left, but we can try going direct. Oh, nice. No.
No.
No. That was so bad.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Nice.
Oh
no!
No.
Oh,
Come on,
oh,
come
oh.
on.
Struggle.
What is going on here?
Oh no, no, bad timing.
Stop.
No.
Oh no.
Sad, I'm in such a bad position.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Very nice. No.
Oh, so
Oh.
close.
Nice.
What? How did it both
Oh,
of you
no.
make it? I had such a bad.
I just went full power towards the center. Ah, nice.
Oh, nice.
Final round.
Yeah, this is. Oh no.
I'm so terrible at this song.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Ah, two less.
No.
Just ever so slightly out of the course.
No.
No! The sand should hit harder.
No, that was so bad.
Stop! No! Yes.
Oh, hello.
Finally.
Thank you for the bonk.
You're welcome.
I don't think many girls would say that to you with a straight face.
No. Oh. No. No, this is so bad. Oh my god. Sure. You know what? You only live once. No, no,
No.
no.
You can jump to the. Oh, okay, never mind.
No.
It should be.
Oh, I didn't even see I was out of shots.
shots.
No.
Shit.
Oh, no. You got one more shot.
Like 3.5.
Go, 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 go. No.
I ran out of time.
Ah. GG's.
GG's.
Do you need to go now?
Lady Blake hasn't messaged me, so I'm pretty sure I can do another round.
Alright. Jay's only been playing like a couple of days. She only had like 4 or 5 hours. Oh, she's doing pretty well considering.
Yeah.
I probably have like 30 plus hours now.
I'm
Settings.
trying to keep the innuendos to a minimum.
It's okay. Do you want me to remove the say so tag?
Might be a good idea.
Sure. Okay, I'm so bad at this because I always. I never get the power right. Okay, nice.
Oh no!
Bonking balls.
This one last time I made it hole in one. Let's see.
Oh no! Please don't. Okay. I was gonna go out.
Oh,
Oh,
so
close. You went right over the hole. Oh. Nice.
If in doubt, just watch Shoots to find out all of the strategies.
No, I should have. Oh no! Thank you.
No! Now you're
Almost.
sick night.
You almost bonked me right into the. No.
Oh no.
Leave it too aggressive.
Oh no, Otter is. Do you want to join Otter? We just started this one though, so it's gonna be a little bit. No, I just woke up. Okay, that's good. Otter is like a real pro at this. If he joins,
Okay.
then we lose. No, no, go, go, go! Please go in, go in. Oh, nice. I am still very tired. Oh, yeah, you barely slept. You were playing Valo with us like, what, 4 hours ago?
The bread again.
Hit the bread.
Oh, yes, yes.
Ah, I should have hit harder.
Oh no, look at where I am.
Oh no. That's sad. Oh.
You hit me, but I didn't go inside.
Thanks for the follow, Dad of Cam. Oh.
I hit this one.
Yeah, this was.
Oh yes, made it.
No. No way! What the hell? Why did I
That
get
was crazy.
pushed so far?
Wait, did I bonk you?
No, no, no. I hit like
Okay,
this.
that's good.
I hit like this wooden ledge, and it just pushed me so far. No, what? What was that angle? What?
I think you hit the wood where it
Yeah.
shot to the other one.
Crazy geometry. That's when you can use this bread for as a ram, and I like to aim like in between his
so
eyes
close.
and around 3.5ish. Oh,
Nice.
nice.
I'm afraid this might be my last round.
Okay. No, you don't want to hit that. That's a trap. It takes you into the fire. You want to hit like something like this, but then don't go across just yet. And you kind of want to hit slightly to the
No!
left, because if you go into the fire, then you die. And then... No.
Wasted one shot. No.
No. Oh, what a shot.
$19, $25.
This one, just wait for the drafts on the
No.
vents, and yeah, you can just fly. Oh no, you also fell.
Let me go into the fire.
No, I fell too. Rip.
If I go into the fire, no. That's not a good idea because I will get spawned here again.
Yep.
Good thing I thought that through.
Yeah, I was like, why is he saying let me go into the fire? Why is he giving up on life?
For a
What
moment,
the
I was
hell?
thinking that
There's
I would
a-
be respawned.
There's a hole in the wall.
Eh?
Yeah, I tried to. Nice.
I mean, I feel like as long as I get to the hole, that is just my goal.
You're playing this map for the first time, right?
Yeah, first time.
Yeah. You need to get it under the gate. Yep. And then there's another gate in front of us. But that one's a bit more. Okay, never mind.
Oh no! Stop!
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm just jumping around. Oh yes, crazy shot.
Oh.
Oh, don't hit me. Yes. No.
No. Next one, we should be able to hack this. Oh no! Oh, nice!
Oh, she got all in one. Nice.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
This one, I just like to hit it full force when this guy is not in front. Oh no! You didn't wait for me to finish. Nice. No, that was so bad. No.
Oh yeah.
I got
That was
bombed.
nice.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, so close.
Oh.
Oh no, should I use my break? I saved one shot.
Nice. Huh? Seri bot banned someone before they even posted a message? What?
Hello.
Where's the... Okay, it's there. How do you... Okay, okay. What? Oh, I was looking at the... Oh my god, I was looking at the... What the hell? No, no!
No!
I was looking at the wrong hole for the first shot. Oh,
Oh no.
nice. Oh no. Oh, oh, nice.
Touched the hole. It touched the hole.
Yeah, this one's... You need to be very careful with your brakes.
No,
Otherwise
no,
you'll
no,
get
no,
dragged
no.
into the water, yeah.
Eh? Somehow I'm out. Nice.
Nice. Can you jump? Oh.
No, stop. Yes.
Oh, so
Oh.
close. No.
No.
It's too late with that stroke.
Oh, this one's tricky. Oh. Oh. Did you make it? Oh, whoa.
Somewhat.
I never make that shot.
Oh no, so close. No. The edge.
Don't edge.
No, 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 no.
No. Okay, 3 bars.
Okay, 3.5. Yeah.
No, I was slightly off. Nice.
Nice.
GG's.
GG's.
Thanks for the
Yes.
games. Yeah.
Thank
Bye
you for the games. It was nice meeting you. Well,
Thank
I
you,
played Night and
bye.
Dark Knight, but yeah. Bye bye.
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 More?
Yes.
Settings should be fine. Ancient.
Oh no!
Oh no! I would have made it. Oh my god. My power looked good. No, this time it was not good.
Mine is not stopping. Wait, I need to leave the break.
No, no! Oh.
I'm in such a bad position.
What?
Uh,
What?
No! Stop. Yes. Huh? What?
Yeah, same thing happened to me.
Cheating, crazy.
Let me shout out Jay.
Ah, too less.
And Otter. I think they've both got shoutouts before, but sure, what the hell.
Thank you. You're welcome.
No, I can't.
The fuck is... Why are you wasting shit?
Matt's aim so bad.
Me, little bitch!
Matt's aim is so bad. Need to play Valo more.
No, no, no. I hate this one. Okay, still better.
Nice.
No. I hate slope.
No, no. I have to time this. No, no.
Oh.
Sure, one by one. No, no. Oh, oh, oh. Saved. No. Nice.
Nice, nice. Oh no! Very bad timing. Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes,
nice.
yes. No, I went backwards.
You moved me back. No. I was bouncing trying to get in.
Crazy.
No.
It's not stopping. Finally. No, wrong timing.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Nice.
Finally.
What is the trick for this one? I always get stuck on the bones.
I just kept jumping. No. Ah, a little bit more. Stop! No. Stop, stop, stop. Yes. Finally. No, I went out. Hey?
No. No.
Okay, I'm not going to make this one.
Surely you will make it by the end at least.
Oh, finally. No.
No.
Come on! Come on! Yes, yes, the right one.
No, no.
Right. So close. No, come on, stop. Nice. Eh? Twin side, no. No, what the fuck?
No. That was so bad.
No, don't stop now. Should have been hole in one.
No. Bad positioning. No. No. Ah.
Ah, too hard.
I'm in such a bad position.
Stop. Yes. Oh, crazy.
What?
No, I came back. One shot wasted.
No.
So close. Oh, oh.
Oh, oh.
Oh, nice. Mine was on the edge.
No. No, no. Oh, oh. No. I am in such a bad position. Okay. I had to sacrifice a shot just to get out of a very bad position. No.
Nice, nice.
Nice. GG.
GG. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, I'll probably move to Genshin. I need to do the event, the mapping event, because I have not even started that event, and I think it ends in like, I don't even know, tomorrow at what, 5 p.m. for me, so like 12 hours and something. Yeah, but I will take a break though. Yeah, short break, then we will play. We go back to our gacha slop. Burb. Okay, I just realized that I haven't done my Wuthering Waves daily, so we're gonna first do that. Then we shall switch to Genshin. Let me change my category.
Oh. Did anything happen?
The music gets so deep fried when WuWa is loading. WuWa loading is pretty rough. To be honest. To be honest with ya. Should we feed Shishi, Momo, or coffee? I think I've never fed coffee. Dude, what? Do you want food? Oh. There you go. Feed. Easy. Okay, wait, do we need to do any of our weekly stuff? We've done this. There's time for this. 1 week for this. 10 days for this. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy. Whoa, my wave plates are... How do we spend these? Sure, let's do this.
Loading. I'll indulge you. Entertain me. Future. Conquest begins now.
This team is so good.
In control. At your disposal. Astral modulation. Now watch closely. On you go. Answer my call. Praise me. Foe, be my prey. Loading. The feeling of pain. With style and grace. Fate. Conquest begins now. Roars of conquest.
A faint power, but still one that commands attention. Good boy. Go fetch it.
We should be done with our dailies, but I'm just gonna spend some of this. Or you know what? We're not gonna spend it. We're gonna be bad. 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 I may be losing it. I'm sorry, I'm just sad that my weekend is over. Nine days on this, 9 days on this. Okay. Yeah, I think we are gonna switch to Genshin now. real quick WuWa daily session. Switch, switch, switch. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Okay. Now let us switch the category. Genshin Impact. We should be good to go. Getting a little bit hungry though, hungry. Shoot. I forgot to buy milk today. I went to the grocery store. I forgot that I ran out of milk. Or I would have had some milk and Oreo. Milk and Oreo is peak. I don't much like normal milk, but yeah. I mean, I don't hate it either. I'll drink it if I have to, because I'm pretty sure it's quite healthy for you. But okay, I do need to level her up, and we need to do the event. Okay, we're gonna do the boss. No, wait, we need to farm this. Let's do the boss first, I guess. Stygian we should be good with Stygian, right? 5 days. Yeah, we only need like 4 more days. 3.5 more days of resin for this, so we should be good with that. This is what I need to do. Good with this. I'm good with this. Good. Oh, this is 9 days. Did I not change my category? What? Huh? Weird. That is so weird. Okay, let us beat the shit out of this boss.
Observe and know my heart. Judgment.
While the light shines bright, be gone, shadow of darkness!
Be cleansed.
Each deed will be judged.
Like the dust.
Judgment test concluded.
To be fair, she hasn't been fully built yet, but yeah, I'm pretty sure she's supposed to do more damage than that.
Observe and know my heart. Judgment.
That's much better.
Light compels you!
Decision required.
Sky's clear. The glaze moon shines. Like the dust.
Each deed will be judged. Test concluded.
Test concluded. Oh my god, I hate artifact cap so much.
Observe and know my heart.
Converge.
Judgment.
You got this! Be gone, shadow of darkness!
Without further ado, divine light, shield them.
Each deed will be judged.
Like the dust.
Test
Horse,
concluded.
horse, horse, horse. Ons, ons, ons.
Observe and know my heart. Judgment.
Oh, I messed that up.
Go get him, Aiden! Light compels you!
My dash cancelled
Lofty
her
wisdom will
attack.
show us the way.
Each deed will be judged.
Like the dust.
Test concluded.
Didn't even realize that was a thing we could do, but yeah. Okay, 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 okay. One more time. One more time.
Observe and know my heart.
Converge.
You got this! Behold the dawn!
Divine light, shield them.
Recorded. Each deed will be judged.
Like the dust.
Test concluded.
Easy. Okay, we should be done with our dailies here. Let's go claim our dailies and then we will do the event.
Observe and know.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Sure. Trail of footsteps, web event ending soon. Wait, what is this web event? Why am I speaking like this? Oh, it is this event. This event. Let's go these. Did I
Add Astra.
get both these things? Okay. Let's do some mapping.
You want to see my archive? Of course. I'm always happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations. Lumi is just too cute! But she does have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays her eyes on. So keep your valuables well away or you might never see them again. If you ask me what's the one place you should visit in Nasha Town,
Give me a sec.
obviously I'm gonna say Speranza. You know I'm biased, but seriously, you should give it a try. Katya's cooking will not disappoint you.
Okay, I think we're in ads. I don't know if anyone is in ads. So I think we'll just go ahead and start the event anyway. Tres. Hello. Oh, she looks so sleepy. She just like me for real, for real. It's like learn as fast as you can. That's can we get a skip button already, please? Although, to be fair, I feel like sometimes events have pretty interesting like tidbits of information somewhere in there, which you might miss if you just skip right at the beginning. Am I blocking the is anyone even interested in the dialogue? I don't think so. Oh, that thing is so cute. Both of these Jean are the same. Oh, there's WuWa. There's Marka. This seems a little bit inspired by the cube stuff and WuWa. Start mapping. Okay, 6 stages. Let's go. We're gonna breeze right through them. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna. I'm just gonna take a short bathroom break. Give me 1 second. I also need to fill up my water. Hello, hello. We are back. Yeah, I was just checking these custom commands that I have for BRB and back. I think I should move them to streamer bot, no? Yeah, I think I should. Should we do that live on stream? I don't think there's anyone waiting for me to play the event. So, you know what? We shall do that. BRB back. Add a command. Switch. BRB. Let's set a global cooldown for 300 seconds. Let's allow moderators to do it. Okay, let's BRB. Cooldown 300. Whoa, I said it at 3000. Let's make it mod only. And one last, which should be the call command. Okay. PR back and call. We added 3 new commands. You know what? I'm gonna show you guys what I'm doing. Window captcha. There you go. These are all my commands. So now what I'm gonna do is we are gonna add. Yeah, we're gonna add a new command. Let's say. So let's just duplicate this. BRB. Always run. Exclude from. Yeah. Command BRB. Honestly, we don't need any of this. Add Twitch, chat, send the message to channel, and the message we're gonna send is taking a short break, remember to hydrate and stretch your legs. Now let's copy this, like duplicate this, change this to be our back. Select the command. This will be, and we are back from the break. And the last one will be, let's just duplicate this. Call. This one is a command that I have because sometimes my parents call me. Okay, we should have all our commands done. Yeah, I should create a backup of these sometime, but yeah, we should be done. I'm trying to reduce my dependency on Moobot. Because yeah, okay. Should we try? Let's try this. BRB. Nice. Should we send this as an announcement? I think so, right? Add Twitch chat. Color. I like purple. There you go. There you go, mate. Okay, copy that. Delete selection. Recent. Set announcement. Color should be purple. Oi, oi, oi. Copy this. Delete. Sure, delete all. Set announcement. No, no, no. Color, purple. Purple. Long BRB, BR back. Call. Yep. That's nice. Back. Okay, seems like it's working, so we shall... Wait, I do have a question though. On my chat overlay, it's this bright, almost pink hue of purple. So does it change depending on the color which I choose? It does, but it's quite hard to see the green. Let's try, what is default? Okay, I'm crazy for testing this. Oh, default looks the best, I think. I mean, sure, the color is kind of blending in right now, so it's... Yeah, I think I like default. Let's change all of these to the default color. Sad. I don't like that gradient. I wonder if I can fix that. But anyway, let's go back to the game now. Oops, I almost closed streamer bot. Genshin Impact. Let me clear my chat. Let's go. Let us go. I'm gonna be whispering now. This is ASMR time. I mean, I wonder how I sound though. I kinda wanna... Oh, hello JD. You got me being silly. Hello. Yeah, I haven't even started this event and it ends in like 13 hours, so yeah. Compass placed by the nice will appear seen just as the traveler is activated. This shouldn't be shown. Okay. I did not read the first. Oh shit, there's an event I missed. Yeah, this event is... Wait, how do I check the instructions again? It's the mapping thing. I don't know if you've done it already. It's been around for a while. And it's ending like on the next daily reset. I'm on the America server, so I don't know when this for you. On Asia, it should be like half an hour, I think, but yeah. Once you face the target, you can determine its position using the character's orientation on the map. Okay, so I need to look slightly to the left, is what it's saying. Simulate landmark compass. Okay. Oh, Mika event. How many primo? Wait, let me just complete this round and I will let you know. It's usually like 420 primos or something, right? No, wait. I don't think I'm supposed to do this yet. I probably can't speedrun it. Wait, do you want me to check? I can check for you. It's usually 420 primos for events. 420 or 480. Check rewards. 70 and there's I think 6 levels, so yeah, it should be 420. So sleep when next question please. Next question. Should we go back to the whispering? 8-Ball says, sure. But I don't want to listen to the 8-Ball. I hope that doesn't sound really bad. I've never heard myself whisper on this mic before. Okay, wait. Click anywhere, another... I have no idea what this is. Oh, it's telling me it's that way. Right? Yeah, it's pointing that way. Activate compasses to help with locating. Okay, let's just find more compasses, I guess. Why are we ASMRing? I don't know, I was just being silly. And JD got me. Okay. That way. These are just pointing at this Gene statue thing, aren't they? ASMR stream redeem when? I have no idea what I'm doing, but let's just go with this. I don't know. 2.4 meters. That sounds good.
Lumi is just too cute. But she does
I see. We're supposed to drop the pin on top of the
her eyes on.
head. I get it.
Keep your valuables well away or you might never see them again.
ASMR stream redeem. That's an idea. What is the Welkin? Welkin is like the monthly pass thing in Genshin. Because you can gift that using this website called Coda Shop, which I hope it still works. If it doesn't, then I have no way of gifting it, but yeah, you could just gift Welkins through Coda Shop if you just know the person's UID. You don't need like their login details or anything. Only Genshin? Yeah, because I don't know if it works for other games. Like for WuWa, I don't think it works. You need to log into the person's account to give, to buy the monthly pass thing. So I don't want people giving me their account details, Okay, this looks like it's here. Photoshop works for lads too. No, that was way off, wasn't it? Whoops. Let me go back. That's the compass. That's the other statue. Where's the statue of the 7? Oh, there. Okay, so this is like to the east of the statue of the 7 and to the north of statue of the Are you sure you want that? You walked right into my trap. Should be here, right? Oh, you're too clever for me. Wait, can you have 7 TV emotes which are multi-word? I guess not. Because it's probably just like splitting the strings and then replacing them. Okay, where is this? Statue there. Compass there. I'm so confused. There's the statue. There's the compass. There's another compass. So if I stand on this compass, then it's like northeast of the purple compass. Genshin was my first gacha I played. I had no idea how gacha pulls work. And it's east of the statue of the 7. Northeast and east. Northeast and here. Okay. I spent like 30 euro for pulls and got nothing. Was so mad. I have never like swiped. I've only got the like the monthly pass thing, but I've never like directly spent on like whatever the premium currency is called in different games. Like never topped up, because that's very expensive and very scammy. Compared to that, like the $5 monthly pass is pretty good. You get like around 18 pulls for $5. I top up too much. Funny shit is that I had so much stuff to grind, but I didn't know about it, so aside from don't do that. Don't. Gosh. My Pookie Al-Haytham didn't come. Aww. I got Al-Haytham on one of his reruns. Southwest of the first compass. There's another compass there. I swiped on Al-Haytham because I needed him. Understandable. Okay, that's there. That's there. So this is like south of the here. I played first time around his release, methinks. I was making double what I am now back then though, so I didn't really care how much I spent. I barely even started WuWa and I got so bored of the game. Yeah, that the first like 1.0 content is pretty boring, and the exploration is also really like grindy. Because I mean, you don't have all the current, you know, right now you have people who can just, you have flying motorcycles and, you know, skating up cliffs. You didn't have all that back then. You would like WuWa exploration with all those, you know, tall areas, the verticality. Exploring that without movement abilities was pretty difficult. Okay, so that compass is... Good job, bot. That compass is east. I mean, the compass is to the west, so this is to the east. And that is to the north, so this is to the south. Okay, this is south of the blue one. Here-ish. The thing is, the exploration and game over isn't the boring thing, but the story seems so childish and not really interesting. Plus 5 is a 9.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't look where I dropped my...
Happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations.
Okay. I think more here. So I stopped playing. Who knows if I ever return. Okay. Yeah, the story is pretty good. It actually gets pretty dark at times. But I mean, we actually have like people dying now. It's just like, for the first couple of years of Genshin, I thought that like the censorship is so like so strict that they can't even say the word die. But I mean, no playable characters though, but you still have like at least death is a concept in this world apparently now. You'll have like Bennett's dead parents, you know, Bennett's history being explored in a quest or something, things like that. Okay, here. So this is to the northwest of the new compass. So right here. I feel they are getting pushed by WuWa and other big gacha because the stories are much darker. They need to make, yeah. Who knows if they planned it from the beginning. Yeah, like 1.0 story, like, you know, when WuWa launched, people were like, 1.0 story is so boring and all that, but I feel like people forgot how boring Genshin 1.0 was, because I have played it on like 3 accounts and it is very boring. At least WuWa has like a skip button. So if you have to play it on a second account, you can skip stuff. Genshin is just, they're so stubborn with like the skip button and stuff. I don't understand why. Not me Kaya bridging to that. Yeah. Yeah, I did that too. It took so long if you were like solo doing it. I think I did it with Kaya and Animo Traveler. I was using the wind blade thing to like swirl the cryo to make it last for a bit and then switch to Kaya. Okay, statue that way. Compass here. Compass. Blue compass, so I'm to the southeast of the blue compass, right? Nah, I'm way off. Like, was it this way or this way? Was it to the left or to the right? Oh, yes. We got this. I got this. I got this. Oh, there was a compass over there. There's a compass over here. That one island actually came around like when we get to the Hexerai stuff, like they added buffs for some of the older characters. And to get the Venti buffs, you need to go back to that island and beat the animal thingy, whatever that thing was, the storm, Eye of the Storm. So it actually has some relevance in quests now. I'm gonna grind some Yu-Gi-Oh! Eldark. Okay, will I manage to grind both? You will have to wait. Oh no. Oh my god, my auto mode is a bit too strict, I think. It caught you for swearing. Okay. You can edit it in the future. Yeah, I'll change. Can I change it on my dashboard? I should be able to, right? Let me switch to auto mode. this channel's auto mode settings. Smart detections. Aggression, bullying, sexual harassment. What is this setting? Why? We have filtering on aggression and bullying, but no filtering on sexual harassment.
Have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays
Okay,
her
I'm
eyes
gonna
on.
make everything
So
less
keep your
filtering.
valuables well away, or you might never see them again.
Disability. Nope. Let's keep that high. I don't want. How many to? Would you do a family friendly? I don't know how many F-bombs per stream it allows. I don't think there's anything like anyone's checking that stuff. And anyway, it's like I'm not the one saying it. Okay, let's keep slightly more filtering on disability. Let's not make fun of the disabled people. Sexuality, sex, and gender. Let's lower the filtering on that. Misogyny. Let's keep that high-ish. Sex-based
If
terms.
you ask me what's the
What's
one
the
place
difference
you should
between
visit in
this? Okay, that was
Obviously,
discrimination.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say Speranza. You know I'm
Less
biased,
filtering.
but seriously, you should give it a try. Katya's cooking will not disappoint you.
Let's try less filtering on profanity. Test settings. Oh, I can type stuff to test. The selected auto mode settings won't hold this message. Okay, the F word should be allowed now. Let's keep misogyny out of context quotes. Okay, speedrun the event. Wait, so quick, what the hell? Let's keep misogyny.
You want to see my archive?
Don't clip that.
Of course. I'm always happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations.
Okay. Alright, let's get back. So this is the blue compass, and we're going to the east of it. Wait. This is like right here now. Genshin get any daddies? They got Warka.
If you ask me what's the one place you should visit,
Sadly, I lost my 50-50 on Warka, so I don't have him. But I can show you. We also got Flint. I think you saw him before when I was playing his quest. This guy.
Greetings. I am Kirill Chudamirovich Flins.
Hey, let me turn up the volume for you. Bum, 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 bum. His name sounds like allergy medication. Don't say that, JD's gonna bonk you.
Greetings. I am Kirill Chudamirovich Flins. It is considered good etiquette to give my full name when greeting important guests. But this no doubt leaves you wondering what to call me on a day-to-day basis. Well, in the past, I was customarily addressed as Chudamirovich by most. But for simplicity's sake, you can just call me Flins. That's my surname.
Chudamirovich. That sounds so funny. Yeah, it is pretty funny.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
Bro is a poet.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs.
Yeah, it means something strange in a lot of like Indian languages too. It basically means like, you know, the F word. And who else? Daddies. I mean, I guess this guy is too skinny though. It literally means oh, okay. Daddy's nuts. Okay, buddy. Yeah, I'll show you Warka. I mean, there's this guy, of course. They kind of did a good job with his design because even though he uses the same body type as the other like characters, he kind of looks more buff. Same with Alhaitham, of course. Like, even though he is kind of the skinny model, they kind of did a good job. His arms are pretty.
Whatever.
I love Nuvalet's color so much, yeah. But not really the color. Yeah, it's a bit too. Like, what the hell are these things? They're like. Yeah, let me show you Arca. Character archive. Yeah. He's, I think, the first male character with the new, like, buff body type. If I'm not wrong. Vishida with the darker or white hair. Yeah. Why is bro begging? Who else? He seems very. Oh, yeah, he has the wolf motive. Wait, I'm surprised there's no like direct wolf head on. Because he is like the Knight of Boreas, the wolf boss. Yeah, I'm surprised there's no like direct like wolf head on his shoulder or something. I expected there to be one. But yeah, he is very awoo. Whatever he wants, I'm gonna give it to him. What would Flint say, JD? What would Flint say? I don't think he's very daddy. He's kind of like goofy. Flint would agree. I've seen the fan arts. I wonder how you saw the fan arts. Surely you weren't looking for them, right? He's kinda daddy. He even has like the handcuffs which he pulls out for one of his. Marflin's very popular. No comment. Yeah. Pull out the handcuffs. There you go. Yep. Thank you, Seribot. You guys know this guy. This guy is like the coughing old man. I don't think he's very daddy. Gave is pretty innocent, but I think there's a subset of people who might be into guys like him. Like he's very innocent and like nice to people. He's like a very like straight guy. Like not sexually straight, but like, you know, like always does the normal good thing. Kavi's totally yeah. I love Baiju. He's more male wife though. Yeah. I'll hate some you guys know. They have matching keychains. Yeah, I think they have an idol where like Al Haytham has Kave's keys, right? Because like in his idol he looks for his keys, he can't find them, and then Al Haytham is like, why do I have an extra key? Yeah. Wanderer isn't very daddy, he's just emo kid. Apparently like the Chinese fans really like him or something. Who else? Sino is like jokester, he just jokes around, but he can get serious too if he wants. Dainari is like, I don't know how to describe him. He's like very sincere about his work. I wish Sino had bigger model, but he's cute. Yeah, he has like the teenage model, but you know he's supposed to be this really strong warrior and stuff. He's like the Mahamatra of the region. I thought that's a girl. Wait, which one? This one or this one? This one? I'm assuming not this one because he's basically topless. Yeah, this is a guy. His character had his VA changed because of and for the ENVA was like doing really bad shit. I guess both they have same model. Do you really think they would dress a girl like this though? I mean, they get pretty close, yes, but sure. Hazel is I mean he looks too small to be like daddy. Newbie is also my Newbie is I have him see one, that is how much I love him. The only like limited characters I have constellations for are Yoimiya and Arlecchino, and both were like accidents. I got them within like 10 pulls after getting the first. I don't have any other limited cons. Well, I have, I think, who did I pick? Like, you know, for the tempered whatever thing where you get a free constellation. I got one from the, I think I picked Nilu because I think her C1 buffs her like Hydro Aura or something. Yeah, I think I picked Nilu, and then for the second round I picked Glee. Okay, let's see, where will we? Hazel, Hayato is kinda daddy, but that slurping is so loud. Boba daddy. Yeah. Goro is like just a cute guy. He gets flustered easily. Slurping is so obnoxious, yeah. Oh, we missed Ito. Ito is like the himbo. It's like... But I slept though. Okay. Good thing I turned down my Automon. Ito should have had been... Yeah, exactly. His splash out was so good, but his model has like noodle arms. But yeah, he's like a himbo, airheaded guy, but he has like a heart of gold. Oma is basically just male wife. He's a goofball, yeah, he's really funny. His English VA also does a great job. I'm not sure about the other languages, but yeah. Toma is 100% male. Yeah, that's literally his job description. Kazuha is like this poetic person. Some people like him a lot. I wouldn't call him daddy though. He's like this calm, quiet. He just like me for real. Xiao is like emo. Zhongli dancing to Lisa's money song. I haven't heard that. Zhongli. Zhongli's ENVA is pretty good, but his model is kind of lacking in certain parts.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
That's a fun
But
way
where
to
are
put it.
those who share?
This guy is just like battle hungry. He's all like, hey comrade, let's fight. Venti is, well, Venti. Femboy. D-Luke is D-Luke. Grumpy man. And the rest of them are pretty much kids. There's Gaia, of course. Child. You like Child too? How many? I'm excited for Lohan actually. I'm not really excited for any characters, to be honest. I thought I would say for like Nicole, because you know she's one of the witches of the Hexen Circle, so like lore relevance. But then based on stuff that I heard, Linnea is just like a better pull if you have Zibai or Navia, and I have both of them. And Linnea like does pretty good damage just by herself too, so yeah. I think Nicole is pretty good if you have Varka, but yeah, I lost my 50-50 on Varka, so... And I don't have Durin either. I think Varka, Durin, Nicole, like all the Hexerai characters make a pretty good team. But yeah, I don't have Durin or Varka. I'm only missing Venti, Ito, and Elpedo, I think. I see. Let's go over what characters I'm missing. Among the males, I'm missing Varka, Durin, Baizu. I remember pulling. Okay, can you quiet down? I remember pulling on Baiju's banner on like 2 occasions, and one time I just couldn't reach. Pity I just reached like 60 something pulls. And the other time I lost my 50-50 to Chi-Chi. I'm missing Saido too. Yeah. I'm missing Ito. Okay, so wait. Varka, Durin, Baizu, Ito, Child. These are the male ones. The female ones are missing Nefer, Marissa, Chaska, Emily, Siegeween. They're missing a lot of female. Yeah, I mean it makes sense they release more female characters. Shenhe, Yula, Huta. Do I have all the... Oh, you can build one. What is astral mark? Oh. That's an astral mark. Can you not build around like 4 stars only? I wanna see if I'm missing. I don't think I'm missing any 4 stars. Maybe the future thing. Yeah, I feel like it might be. Yeah, I think so too. But why would they add it like an entire batch early? No idea. Anyway, let's just continue with this. It sounds so sus. Probably hoping people would notice. We noticed. Okay, I go bed. It's 4 a.m. Good night. Let me tuck you in. Good night, JD. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for stream, of course. How was your stream, by the way? I was lurking in it while I was playing. You were streaming, right? When Xenia was streaming too? Yeah, I think you were. I think I had a tab open. But then I started playing Valorant with her. And I started streaming too. Okay, this way. And it's like northwest of this. Northwest of this across the stream. West across the stream. Pretty much straight south of the purple one. Let's see this one. So somewhere in between. Enough. This is exactly south of the purple one and slightly to the left of the previous one, and it is okay. Easy peasy. That's an interesting shape. Okay, so we're walking northwest, northwest towards the pretty good. Not too bad. Pretty good, I tell you. Okay, so this is pretty much east of the previous marker. This is like somewhere here. Oh, that's a bit far. Yeah, we're not gonna get this one. Let's go here, I think.
You want to see my
Let's
archive?
go.
Of course. I'm always happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations.
This is like slightly north, but mostly to the west. Pretty close. Easy peasy. Last one. Okay, we're going south, east, slightly south, mostly east. Let's turn this compass on too. Now we'll be going north. Northeast of the second compass. Here. Pretty close. Let's go. Oh my god, poor girl, I didn't even give her glider. Okay, this is... So we're going straight south and slightly to the west. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I think we are done. Wait, there's... Oops. Wait, we just did 2? Why did I think we did 3 already? Okay, we're going like straight west from the previous one, I think. Pretty much straight west from the yellow compass too. I'm a little bit confused. Is it this? Nope. Wait. Oh, I see. That's this part. So I'm here, right? I'm falling asleep. My opponent is so slow. Oh no. Wake up! Wake up! I'm gonna start whispering again. It should make you even sleepier. You think? Yeah, I didn't actually want to shout. Damn you, evil. Maybe I am a bad boy. Skip. Sorry, I mean skip. Well, there's so much useless dialogue. Finally. We are done with the event. With only 12 hours and 36 minutes to spare. It's 1, 2, 3, 6. What kind of series is that? That has a name, right? Like 1, 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. I don't remember what that's called. Okay, I think I can probably end. Or you know what? Since it's 4 AM already, we're gonna switch back to WuWa and do our WuWa dailies. Before we end stream. What do you mean, go sleep?
Lumi is
Yes, I
just too cute! But she...
I will sleep, don't you worry.
does have a bad habit of swallowing any shiny thing she lays her eyes on.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I'll just do my WuWa dailies off stream. It just takes like 2 minutes anyway. Doesn't make sense updating my stream category again, and yeah. I think we'll end there. Ooh, something smells really nice. Someone's cooking something really good. I am so hungry. I need to eat something before I sleep. Cooking at 4 AM. Yeah, it's like 4:30 AM. Someone's cooking. People crazy in Singapore. Insanity. Yeah, hi Rain. How was your stream, Rain? Should we raid? Fun. That's good. Does anyone have a suggestion for someone to raid? If not, we can raid. You should play Monster Hunter. Unfortunately, I don't have any idea how I would even get into that series. It seems like there's so many games. There's like Worlds and Rise and Play Lads. I don't think so. It's just not my type of game. I need to finish Silas' birthday event. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a visual novel type of game, right? It's just you talk to people, you listen to their messages and stuff. And I think there's like combat sections too, but yeah, I don't know if it's for me. Unless they add me as the next Lads character. You fight, grind, cry. I see. Okay, you know, if we're gonna talk about stuff, then I might as well just do my Wuthering Waves daily in the meantime. Why do you cry? Is it like an emotional story? Can I ask how good is Durin? I don't have Durin unfortunately, but I think he's pretty good as a support character. I think he heals and he has like pretty decent buffs, especially if you have like any of the other like Hexarai characters, like if you have Varka, if you have a DPS Venti, or you want to build like Razor, not a DPS. No, I don't think Durin is a DPS. I think he's a support. He buffs and I think he also heals. But he's like a pretty good
Honor cannot be sacrificed.
buffer.
Leave it to me. Loading. Diminish. In war with time.
Now watch closely. I am the moon. The moon is full.
This character is just straight up feed fan service. Her ult just zooms into her feet. And I mean, look at this, look at this. This is like straight up fan service.
Keep up.
Character made for no. I'm not into feed. Like, I'm fine with her normal animations and stuff, it's okay. But like when you use her ult and it just zooms into her face and she's like playing with a marble on her feet, it makes me feel a bit weird about it. I get a bit of second-hand embarrassment. I think Hespa would like this character a lot. Which domain should we do today? Sure, let's just do this. I hate feet for real is such a funny comment out of context.
Loading. Diminish.
Although I suppose it's not that difficult figuring out the context, given how many feet lovers you have these days. I don't get it though, like, are people really being serious about that? Or is it mostly just memeing? Because there's no way so many people actually are into like feet in a sexual manner. Like,
The nerves. Praise me.
it has to be a meme, right? For most people. Like, be into whatever you want, but yeah, fair. Yeah, like, I'm not judging, but I'm just wondering like what percentage of people who claim to be into feet are actually turned on by feet versus just doing it because it's a meme. Because like I am judging.
Stay loading.
Because like Espa is surely memeing, right? Have you seen his Twitch profile? It's like so over the top, there's no way it's genuine.
I'll indulge you. On you go.
A lot of times joking about something is the best way to develop said kink. Yeah, that's fair.
The moon is full. Future. Reshaped. We honor to you, my friend.
He said he memes about it in the past few months. I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you have stumbled onto something. He memed about it so much that he actually developed said kink. Oh no, I just had to do it once more. Are you gonna play NP? No, I don't think so.
Sing of my triumph.
Not planning to start any more live service gacha live games. NTR. Are you into NTR? I don't think you would be. Rikush. I like how Tay says your name. Rikush. 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 I am willing to consider anything except feet. Okay, seriously. You think like NTR stuff is better than feet? Like if I had to pick between like NTR or feet, I would probably pick feet. Like it's harmless enough, I think. It's supposed to be with the roll R because I used the Nick and Slovak service first. I see. I can't roll it as much as he does. Rikush, Rikush. Nope, I can't. Okay, I think we're done with the dailies. NTR is harmless to if you. Sure, yeah. Rikush, Rikush. Thanks for the riz. Rikush, Rikush. Rikush. Sounds like an engine that's starting up. I thought Indian people can do R. Rikush. I don't know. I can do different sounds, but like the continuous. I can't do that. Rikush. Nope. You can do different sounds. Sure. Yes. Why continuous just R? Yeah, but like Tay does it with like it sounds very funny. I think in the next update they mentioned that they're adding stuff where you can cut grass with your attacks or something. Which is like, sure, do that I guess. Doesn't really add much to the game, but I mean it's funny. Fern Spore. For some reason I read that as Fem Spore. Yeah, it does it out of memes, but it's supposed to be just normal Slavic roller. I see.
Stay behind me.
Okay, I think we're done with our dailies, so yeah, let's end the stream there. Yeah, does anyone have any raid suggestions? If not, I will find someone myself. Was my music getting deep fried? It's getting deep fried for a while, but I thought it's my internet. Yeah, I think it's WuWa. No, seems fine now. I think the tab was in the background for too long, so it's probably like there was some power saving stuff happening maybe. I don't know. Okay, it's back. It's back. Is it WuWa? Let me teleport to some blank. Let me teleport to like the 1.0 map. Sure, let's go. Has my voice been deep fried too? Or is it just the music? I hope it's just the music. Just music. Deep fried chicken. Just turn the music off. Yeah, it's fine.
Where my blade leads.
We're gonna be ending now. Let's raid someone I'm following. Is Misa still streaming? She was doing some like a follow-a-thon. She's really close to 1,000 followers, I think. Wait, let me... Yeah, let me turn the music off. She's playing Elden Ring. Yeah, let's raid her. Okay. Here's the raid message. Thank you everyone for... Okay, let me just turn off WuWa then. That should fix the music, right? Yeah, thank you everyone for joining. It is like almost 5 a.m. for me, so I'm gonna go get some sleep. Thankfully, I don't have like the early morning meeting I used to have before anymore, so I can wake up at like 10:30. That's fine. So I get like 5.5, 6 hours of sleep maybe. Yeah, go sleep. Yep, that's what I'll do. Okay, yeah, let me start the raid. If you're not following her, do follow. She's like really close to 1,000 followers. I think she ended her like follow-a-thon thing. She's just doing normal stream now. Alright, thanks everyone for joining. Good night, or whatever, if it's good day, if it's just morning for you, good morning, good afternoon, or good night. Sleep well, and I guess that's bye-bye. Let me zoom in. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Love you. Bye-bye.